You know what? Who needs another 45 seconds of countdown? I know we sure don't, because we got something big for you today. Day 2 of the Queso Cup Teams Edition here for 2023, and it's going to be a blast. If yesterday was any indication, you know today is going to be an absolute banger. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Day 2 of our first split here at the Queso Cup Teams Edition. I'm Rich Slayton. You probably know that if you're already here, but guess what? If you don't, what do? I cast Clash Royale League and this as well, and you're right here on my channel. Now, today is a very special day because we've gotten some assistance all the way from Perth, Australia. SB in the house, and SB, I was going to do a whole lot more housekeeping. Say hello, because we're jumping right into our first game.
Hi everyone. Oh yeah, we're already in game. I'm excited to be joining you today and talking about the matches that go on.
We will talk format, lineup, all that stuff in just a minute, but didn't want to miss any moment of gameplay, so here we are, Strangers, the Tikis, up against Hype Boys. And both these squads looking to bring it today after a difficult outing in yesterday's matches.
Yeah, so it's looking like Eric's playing Mega Knight Warbreakers here, which has been very common in a competition recently, just because of the surge of all of the archers, and it's quite a counter to all these archer decks, but Gerald's looking like he's playing a graveyard control deck, which will be really tough for Eric to play against, I feel.
And Eric had kind of a phenomenal start yesterday. Looked like he was going to be an absolute world beater, maybe a breakout performance for him, and then it all kind of fell apart midway through, made a couple of little mistakes, and then it was all downhill from there. And I see Ojin in the chat saying, Eric versus Gerald, who are these guys? Never heard of them before. Well, you're definitely going to be hearing both their names a whole lot more as time goes on. Eric seems to be kind of a rising star for this year, is currently ranked 27th on the CRL leaderboards, finished top 200 with the rank on our January season for in-game, and it seems to be doing a pretty good job of moving forward with his career overall. And on the other side of things, Geralt, longtime CRL pro, known as a Golem player, and we saw him play a little bit over in teams in the eastern side of things with Clash Royale League as part of Talon Esports. And SB, I believe that you played against Geralt at least once or twice.
No, so he joined Talon the season I left, but during that season I was actually their analyst, so I know a lot about him, a lot about his playstyle. He very much likes his control, he likes his graveyard, so I'm not surprised seeing this from him today, definitely. But he's not been playing too much recently, so it looks like he's came back for this comp, so it'd be interesting to see how he adapts to the meta with not as much experience as the others, I'd say.
So as we go into the final minute, double elixir starting to flow. Geralt hasn't pulled the trigger yet on any sort of graveyard, hasn't really had the good moment for it yet. As we get into triple elixir, you're favoring Geralt in this matchup?
Yeah, definitely, and especially with that Inferno Dragon for Geralt, Eric has no counter to it. His last card will be Archers, so it just gets free reign on all of his big damage troops. Oh wow, he's actually got the Ewiz, so that will help him a little bit, but it looks like Tower Down, and it should be relatively clean sailing, I think, for Geralt, you know.
The Fireball clears the Ewiz, and with a sliver of HP, the Inferno Dragon takes down that tower. GG, well played. Game number 1 in the books for Hype Boys. And we'll come back out to, the two of us right here. And first of all, before we get into our next game, SB, welcome. We've been wanting to get you on to do some casting here for a while, and really excited to have you here as a part of that. Some people here know a lot about your career, obviously CRL teams in the past, but for people who don't know you, tell them a little bit about who you are and your history in Clash.
So I'd say I'm more of an older pro. I started, I kind of came onto the scene around 2018. I did a year in CRL Asia, and then I quit. I did a little bit of analyst work, and I always, somehow, I'll play not too much, but then I'll come back for a month and have a little bit of success, and this year I'm a lot more motivated after going to World Finals just to watch, that I want to try my best, and I had a good first month, making top 32, and doing okay, relatively, so I currently ranked 17, little humble brag there, but it's going well. I was expecting to be playing in Queso Cup myself, to be honest, but didn't get the chance, but I'm happy to be casting with you.
Well, hopefully we'll be seeing you at a monthly final. Obviously, I was slightly rooting for you as much as I'm allowed to during the group stage. But yeah, 17th in the world right now on the CRL rankings, folks. We got him here today. Coming up next, our second matchup. This is King of the Hill format. I'm talking about the format overall for the Queso Cup. We are currently in the league phase, as you see there on your screen. $15,000 of this year's $65,000 prize pool for this event currently on the line. We'll be going through a round robin with these 8 teams. Top 6 teams after this 7 days of round robin play will move on to a single bracket best of 5. Top prize for this first split that ends in late April will be $7,500 for that team. And a good look overall at the Queso Cup for 2023. We are in split number 1. March and April, as you can see right now, split 2 this summer, and then the grand finals will be in December. So a year-long event for Clash Royale, and let's see if Hype Boys can take one more step towards that World Finals berth.
Looks like we're in game here. So EGW, he's a main Mega Knight player, but during comp he likes to just play wacky decks. That's his trick of just surprising the opponent. But he'll play them, even though people could consider them being bad, he just plays them a really special way, and he can get lots of wins that way by doing that.
And I see some people in the YouTube chat saying one of us is loud, one of us is quiet. If you can give us some indication on what the audio balance is like, because it looks okay on levels on my end, but happy to adjust if you guys are having trouble hearing myself or hearing SB. Please let me know, and I'll get that tightened up just as quickly as I can. And taking a look at this one, EGW, arrows.
This is a typical EGW deck. You can't tell what it is at the moment. Geralt's obviously playing the Drill Nader Control, which is another very solid deck due to Golden Knight's ability, and especially against all of the archers. It's looking like Graveyard, I'd say, from EGW, which could be... I feel like this is quite an even matchup, which will be good to see going forward, but he got a lot of early damage going on. So definitely EGW in the lead so far.
First 90 seconds passed, and EGW not in any trouble at the moment. When we're looking at this drill variant, SB, obviously the Royal Ghost one was very popular for a long time. Why do you think the...
Yep.
And let's go ahead and take a look at this push here for a second. Why do you think the Dark Prince variant has become more popular as of late?
So I'd say they're both quite good. I think Ghost is still used quite well, but I think Geralt's gone specifically for Dark Prince here because EGW is known for his ground control decks, like his Mega Knight, his Prince and stuff like that. So Ghost will be definitely better, well suited for EGW in itself. But I'd say generally, I think it's quite even. If it will be Dark Prince used, it will be in the dual format because they're wanting to use the Ghost for RG or something like that.
And that's an interesting part about dual format overall, especially the mirror pigs for EGW. So fascinating pick here is that you're playing the in-game duels format, which makes that even more difficult from a deck building perspective.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to mix and match of cards and find what's better with what, because in this meta generally we've not got too many options when it comes to very specific cards. So like if you're going with a Musketeer, you've either got Musketeer, Archers, maybe an Archer Queen, and then you've got to split that between 3 decks. You've got to find the best combinations when going into that duel, and that's why you'll see different cards pop out in different decks that you wouldn't normally see on ladder, per se.
Cannon cart pulled in, and now a pretty significant push building for EGW. Giant Skeleton, Golden Knight, Fish Boy, and let's see what that Fisherman looks at here. The arrows getting in with the mirror, trying to clear all of that out. It seems like a bit of an overcommitment from EGW there, but still he's fine on Elixir. Let's see if this Dark Prince does its job and makes some good room. Skeletons just not quite able to get, or the Goblins, excuse me, just not quite able to get on that tower with 90 seconds left. What does Geralt need to do to try to stay in this one?
Geralt needs to get a really good Golden Knight dash with a Magic Archer possibly and a Nado. But he's going to need to do that all in one, which is going to be really tough because this giant skeleton lane block is just going to keep on happening from EGW. So he's, without a giant skeleton himself, Geralt, he'll find it really difficult to ever build up something because he's just going to get the death damage from his bond every single time he tries to. I think this would have been a lot closer if he didn't take the early damage, because at this point it would be even, and EGW would have to play a lot more aggressive. But this is the time where he needs to get a good Golden Knight connection, and unfortunately he doesn't.
No NATO play in that one. Tries to go for the Magic Archer lineup, but that wasn't going to work with the Zappies high to the right. Golden Knight comes in high to the left. Things looking worse and worse for Geralt. 45 seconds left, and another huge push coming down.
And the thing is, Rich, every single time this huge push comes down, he's got no counterattack because of that giant skeleton bomb, so it's just very difficult for him. He had the right play with the Magic Archer and the Golden Knight, but just wrong execution at that point.
30 seconds left, 6:33 to 22:21. Probably all sewn up here for EGW, as this time the Dark Prince goes high. Trying to pull these things back with a NATO, but those piggies, while they will not seal it all the way, or color me wrong, maybe they will actually get it done here. The arrows, the final...
Yeah, that double arrows is going to be more than a poison, I think, so it can be really underrated for spell damage, I think.
We are, of course, not in the era of the annoyingly overpowered mirror, but we certainly do have some mirror play from EGW. Talk to me a little bit about that deck pick, because obviously mirror's not super duper meta right now. We are no longer in the super boosted mirror. Was this something that you see from EGW a lot, or was this him just trying to be unpredictable? It's a kind of a strange choice overall.
So I think the mirrors, for what he's trying to do, Geralt's known for graveyard, so that mirror can really be punished with the double Mother Witch. But apart from that, EGW will pick a deck and just make a few changes to where it's not predictable, or you'll be playing the whole match thinking, oh, his last card's this, but then he'll whip out the mirror. And that's EGW's surprise comp factor that he brings, because he knows that he's not as good with these meta decks because he doesn't practice as much, so his trap card is being really good with playing something that's not usual. And that's why I really like playing EGW, even just for practice, because it keeps you on your toes. And that's what he brings to the comp.
Oh, I see Devlop. Sorry for the interruption. I see Devlop asking, where is SB commentating from? All the way from Australia, Perth, Australia, which, if you don't know, is the middle of nowhere for a country that's already in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
So
exactly.
Wallbreakers split for EGW. We are tied up 1-1. You can follow along, of course, on the right-hand side of your screen to see all the scores. We are in our first of 2 King of the Hill sets.
And we are getting Mega Knight here from EGW, which is his best deck by far. He's probably the best Mega Knight player in the world, I'd say. He got a recent few top 10 finishes with it, I believe, so in a meta where it wasn't as good, but now it's becoming good. He can bring it out in comp and definitely have success with it. I'm not sure about that Mega Knight, though. It'll be interesting to see what Quinoa has. I'm not used to calling him Quinoa because I know him as Line, but this push could hopefully do some damage for EGW.
And he is Line on the screen for our viewers at home who have our overlay. So Line, of course, the No Tilt Worlds champion. Or not No Tilt Worlds, the what was that tournament called? It wasn't No Tilt Worlds, but the No Tilt League World Champion.
Yeah. That was it, yeah.
The solo competition that was held in 2020, which honestly was as difficult as any solo competition out there. Line beating Ursa for the championship.
He had a very good competition, I remember. Line's always been a top player. I think this Korean team, definitely, they're all old pros that don't play as much, but they have it in them to come back and perform at a top level, so they'll definitely, I think, still do well in this competition.
The lineup for Hype Boys, you see Line on the screen right now. Geralt, we already saw. Former CRO World Finalist Blizzard, a.k.a. at the time Dandelion, in the mix here for this squad. Stefan, Z-Tefan, and Coco rounding out that 5-person squad for Hype Boys.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to see. I think old pros are starting to come back with becoming live events and all the more exciting parts of CRL, so it's definitely good to see for the scene. This E-Wiz is going to be crucial here for Quinoa, but unluckily he doesn't get it off. But I think this is going to be a very good matchup for him. Line being that. It'd be interesting to see what his last card is. I'd suspect a P.E.K.K.A. or a Mega Knight, but both will work definitely well for him.
I mean, obviously on one end, P.E.K.K.A. would be real clean against that Mega Knight, but which would you prefer here in the matchup on Quinoa's side?
Ooh. I think P.E.K.K.A., and like we see, it is P.E.K.K.A. I was debating over thinking Mega Knight because you can get that splash damage if a Wall Breakers comes down, but P.E.K.K.A. versus Mega Knight, you always want the P.E.K.K.A. in this scenario, especially with the Ewiz as well, because then the Inferno Dragon isn't a problem for you. This is definitely a good matchup, whoever their analyst is, unless it's just themselves picking, but EGW playing Mega Knight's always going to be predictable, even though he doesn't always play it. You've got to be wary of it, so you can't not counter it. But Blind's definitely done a good job here.
Well, let me see if I can figure out who this analyst is, because they're from Japan, but their name starts with SB. So I'm very curious as to
Really?
who the other SB is, who's on their
There's
staff.
another SB, an imposter?
Yep. SB,
Wow,
and then lots of
I'm gonna have to
Japanese.
look into this myself. Wow.
I don't know.
I can tell he must be a good analyst with that name, definitely.
Yeah, he must be completely over.
Yeah, this
over
guy
the
knows
moon.
his stuff, man. EGW is definitely going to Mega Knight on this right side now, knowing that EWIS is out of play, I think. Yep, here we go. But I think he still easily gets away with defense. Or not here, he's decided not to use the P.E.K.K.A. And this is where EGW punishes you even though you've got a good matchup.
Golden Knight to control, and it looks like...
Clean defense.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to escape mostly unscathed. Does take the Bandit dash on the left-hand side. Triple Elixir on its way. So, I mean, look, we've seen good matchups go bad many times before. Able to hold on in that one. And now the P.E.K.K.A. comes out. Wall Breakers pressure opposite lane. Fireball forced to be used against the Wall Breakers. And now it's EGW trying to pressure into the P.E.K.K.A. lane, where he'll get some damage, but still behind by a significant amount on both towers versus his left-hand side at 1663 with just 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't see Keenwall getting any more damage. However, he might get a Firebolt last second, so it's going to come down to these minor arrows and how much damage they get in the last 20 seconds. But it's looking quite clean sailing for EGW. Not EGW, Line right now.
Ram Rider to the right,
Wallace.
Mega Knight in, Wall Breakers hit. Mega Knight going crazy on that bottom left tower. Caster Curse, is that the first Caster's Curse that SB has ever delivered?
Yeah,
You
only
heard
the
it
third
here
game as well.
first.
But I did say EGW, if there's someone to win this matchup, it's EGW. And so I'll claim that a little bit.
I got to clip that one just for the history, that it's going to be the first ever Caster's Curse on the side of SB. Welcome to the business there, bud. It is literally the thing that every caster gets to do many times in their life. Let's take a look at the replay for those final 30 seconds, and you can see where things begin to go wrong, and that's this P.E.K.K.A. played right in the middle to protect that Mother Witch, because now P.E.K.K.A. takes a ton of damage from that Prince and cannot do anything against the Mega Knight, and then the Ram Rider comes down and runs away, because the Ram Rider's going to the opposite lane, and now an EWIS just gets completely annihilated by the Mega Knight. Miner on the tower, Mega Knight on the tower, pretty much everything on the tower, and Line goes down hard in what should have been a positive matchup situation for him, and now that leaves us moving into our next round with a 2-1 advantage for Strangers over Hype Boys.
Yeah, and in this last matchup, I believe I saw on the graphic, it was Blizzard versus EGW. And what's funny is EGW used to run Mega Knight Bait a lot, and he got this deck off Blizzard, so it'll be a fun matchup to see. It'd be good if they both played this Mega Knight Bait as a somewhat agreement, but it'd be definitely a fun matchup to watch.
We'll see what they pull out, and I think that our next player is going to be Blizzard on the side of Hype Boys, and as you said before, I'm just going to double check to confirm I didn't get this one wrong. Blizzard, I believe, is the rebranded name of former CRL World finalist Dandelion, who...
Yeah, Dandelion.
And you played...
He was originally Blizzard before Dandelion, and then he became Dandelion, and now he's back to Blizzard.
Quite a journey.
But yeah. When I used to play in CRL, he used to be called Blizzard, and then when he made it to World Finals, he was then Dandelion, so yeah.
I never... Yeah, that's super confusing. And then on top of all of that... he goes from an aggressive name like Blizzard down to, and I don't know why Dandelion happened, but down to a fairly unaggressive name in Dandelion, and then gets run through by, I mean, he's most known in the West for being part of the most famous CRL team sweep of all time, Igor's debut at Worlds.
Maybe that's why he changed his name back. He couldn't face it anymore. He had to go back to his old self after being beaten that bad.
Speaking of let's go ahead and we'll jump into Blizzard versus EGW. Set point here for Strangers. This is a best of 3 set, so if Strangers wins here, they will have the opportunity to win the match in our second King of the Hill set. Otherwise, if Hype Boys keeps us going there. We'll go down to our third and final, which is a 1v1 dual modes match.
And EGW back again with another weird deck. That's why I love watching him. It's never boring. It's never the same archers, mighty miners kind of thing. It's always something fresh and different. But it looks like Graveyard Control, which is a good counter to EGW normally, but he could always have a Mother Witch and you'd never be able to know.
I believe we saw EGW play some Sparky yesterday. I need to go ahead.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I wonder if it was the same variation. Let me see if I can go ahead and find that.
I don't think I remember having Bomber, but he beat Mugi with it, didn't he? And it was like a last-minute push that got all the damage.
Yes, a very weird connection where Mugi tried to block with the Tesla, or not with the Tesla, with the Tombstone. Tombstone kind of pushed it back, but it still was already targeted on a troop and connected the tower. GG, well played.
Oh wow! And see, he's got a. This is not looking good for him. Unless. This will be a big thing if he can get a Fisherman activation against the Graveyard EGW with that Giant Skelly. That could be changing the match, but otherwise this is looking pretty bleak for him. But Golden Knight Nado can always do things that you can't imagine. So that's always a hope you've got in a bad matchup, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm looking at not much there to defend against the Graveyard on EGW's side. And he pumps up. Wow.
Exactly. This is great. I keep going on about EGW's decks, but it's so refreshing, definitely. But he doesn't look like Dandelion has a big spell here, so that pump will definitely get a lot of value. It's just if he can defend these graveyards, because he's got no spell for it and no real good counter.
But also, there's no really good way for the pump to be dealt with on the side of Blizzard as well, so very interesting.
And a great Fisherman there as well. But this counter push does look quite nasty, but Golden Knight Dash could help.
And that's a deep Golden Knight Dash. Gets the Giant Skeleton completely out of the game. Now, no tank. Oh no, never mind. The Skeleton does end up tanking for the Graveyard. Arrows in. Lots of skeleton damage. Yeah.
Yeah, this push looks good. I think Dandelion needed to get his ability off, even if it was just to kill the Sparky. Let's see how good he can counter this push. With no Golden Knight though, these Zappies get so much value. No Golden Knight, no big spell for the Fisherman.
Sparky doesn't go down. Through. Oof, Snowball does it. Golden Knight plus Bird, and a last-second pickup by that Skeleton King. And this is going to be really close here. We're about to go into into sudden death overtime SB with a nearly tied game.
Yeah. And I think this is slowly going into EGW's favour. I think Dandelion needs to get a few good defences off to steady the ship, I'd say. And if he can do that, it would definitely be his advantage. Who's Fisherman pulls who? Oh, and it's EGW's. That's big. That's big. Can he get the Giant Skeleton? EGW's playing this very smart. This is what I mean about EGW. He plays these off-meta decks and plays them in a way that you've never seen people play them before because they've never been played before, but it works.
Well, he's doing a really good job of getting the Giant Skeleton to not be super impactful in these bridge fights,
definitely.
Which is so key here. Let's see if he has another Fisherman for this one, and he does. Is there a block?
Yes.
And wow, that might be it.
Clutch. 2 Sparkies as well, no Elixir. I'm so impressed by this gameplay, I've got to be honest.
And
these are the types of decks that can beat the Mugis, beat the Moes, because they're so used to playing these matchups every single day on ladder, but then they'll play something like this, and that's where you catch them off guard.
You know, we talk about that, right? The idea of trying to go for matchup against those top-of-the-world players as opposed to trying to outplay them, and how rarely it ends up actually working. But we're seeing that from EGW now, 2 days of fun gameplay. Let's take a look at the replay.
He reminds me a bit of a Sweep getting into World Finals as well, because Sweep's a great player, don't get me wrong, but he plays these crazy decks that you just can't expect, and you can have a lot of success that way. You've just got to have the confidence to be able to do it.
And that NATO that EGW played that's not only got the Sparkies gone, but it set up the pull for the Giant Skeleton to the opposite lane. So just really pulling out all the stops here, and it's Strangers ending up with the 3-1 win in this set. So really solid play overall.
Clutch play after clutch play. And you needed to win that matchup as well. But that's what I think. I think Clash Royale is becoming less about matchups because there's so many more ways to outplay. Definitely that you can win most matchups, even if people say, oh, bad matchup this, bad matchup that. In a competition game, you can outplay, and that's all it takes. So I think it's progress anyway in that way.
Speaking of matchups, let's take a look at the matchups for today since our intro was so short as we came in a little bit late on the day. Our first matchup you're watching right now, that's Strangers TIKIS up against Hype Boys, and right now it is 1-0 for Strangers. Our second matchup, Chivas Esports and SK Gaming, both coming out in that one. And obviously yesterday, if you guys did watch, I don't want to spoil if someone is trying to catch up here. And you know what? Actually, if you didn't watch yesterday, you're just catching up now. Chivas Esports and SK Gaming both taking a close losses for both of them. So they are still in the hunt, but not quite where they would like to be, although it is, of course, very early in this competition. And then the battle of the SKs. SK CALALAS versus SK CALALAS PUIGINS. So two teams from the same org, both absolutely stacked. We'll get into that matchup later, but it's the Cats versus the Cats, and then rounding things out, another classic Clash Royale matchup. Tribe Gaming, the North American squad, up against Team Queso, and that one's kind of a throwback, and we're going to see some fun Clash Royale throwbacks in this one. Talking about the matchup that we're in, though, right now, SB, our lineups for our second set. It's going to be Strangers with Cerdillo, EGW, and Adrian Piedra, talking about some throwback players. And then Hype Boys going Line, Geralt, and then Blizzard as their number 3. Obviously, we'll get our first look at Blizzard, or we'll get our first look at Adrian Piedra today. Same lineup, different order for Hype Boys. Talk about, you've been, like I said, you've been playing for a long time. There are very few players who are able to maintain any sort of real level over a sustained period of time. What is it for you that, as you're playing in 2018 and now you're back number 17 on the ranked season this year? What are you doing to be able to maintain a level over that kind of length of time?
I think it's more just a healthy enjoyment and passion of playing the game. I can go through months of not playing it, and then I'll come back and enjoy it and start playing, and then I'll get competitive and want to practice a bit more, and suddenly I'll find my level after a few weeks and be able to come back and have a shot. And I think the less I care, the more I do, because I don't put pressure. Previously, a few years ago, when I was really practicing and thinking about matchups, everything like this, I would put pressure on myself when it came to competition time. But now, it's second. It's like the second priority in my life. But when I come to it, I don't have the pressure. I'm just playing for fun, and then the results seem to come a lot more. So I think that's, I guess, a little bit to my recent success.
That's interesting. Some people definitely play better under pressure. Some people play better when they don't feel like they have stakes in it the same way. So, very curious.
Yeah. I think when you watch gameplay, the best plays, the best gameplay is just people playing ladder, sat on the bedroom at home. I think for the most part, unless you're one of those players who just absolutely loves, playing on a stage, loves that environment. But unfortunately, we haven't had that recently. So I think, generally speaking, the best plays are when you're just not caring.
Pretty rough opening there for Cerdillo, who takes a ton of lumberjack damage and tries to take advantage with a interesting push here. Doesn't get much out of it at all, and now this is going to go even more heavily towards Line.
Yeah, I think Line should relatively easily win this one now with this start of the damage. Line is very good with this bridge spam deck, and it seems like Cerdillo's a bit shaky in this comp scene. I don't think I've relatively heard of him too much, so he might be just starting out and not feeling, the nerves a little bit too much.
And into our final minute of regulation play, Lumberjack sets up way behind the Magic Archer. Good timing on the sequence there, but does not protect the Magic Archer, unfortunately, as the Musketeer comes out. Now Hog Rider to the right-hand side. Nothing to get the Goblins out of the way, so just one shot in. And the lead, pretty nice in both lanes here for Quinoa as he gets that
a lot of
lineup.
interactions going to Line's way as well. I think the only way Cerdillo wins this is by getting a few predictions with logs on Goblins and stuff like that, but overall he's just being overwhelmed here.
Ram Rider connects, and that's going to be it. Game number 1 gets Hype Boys back on the board, so long way to go still for them to get back in it, but for the moment.
Guess who's playing next there?
Oh.
EGW.
EGW. It sounds like
How is
ECW. I don't know if you know anything about professional wrestling in the U.S.
Not too much. Not too much.
Yeah, ECW. I think it's like Elite Championship Wrestling or something like that. But it's it's kind of hardcore, and people will chant. They'll chant ECW.
Not exactly mobile gaming then. Not mobile gaming.
Yeah.
Different.
Yeah, a little bit of a different thing.
Yeah.
Amer asking, who's commentating with me? You see him right there. SB, longtime Clash Royale pro, former CRL Asia player, and now currently number 17 overall in our
joint.
World
If you pay that, I think it would go down to like 24 if you didn't have the joint bit. But we can claim top 17, right?
Yes, no,
it'll go in my bio for the rest of my life.
You're tied.
It's already on my CV.
You're tied for 17. No, that's like how individual rankings work, right? If you're on the leaderboards for a golf tournament, right, and the leader is 7 under, and you're with 5 people, you're all 6 under, you're tied for second.
That's it. I'm getting a tattoo then, I think. Top 17 Clash Royale player in the world.
Yes, but then what if next week you're top 16? Or next month, right?
I'll have to get it
erased
and done again. Yeah.
Or
It'll be like a tally at that point.
Actually, SB, I like this tattoo, is that you just do what your rank is each month, and you commit to it now that you have to do it all year, and you just hope that goes up.
A sleeve full of arm ranks.
Yeah, right? But you're like, oh, man, June where I was 346. That's not the one that I was really
going
going
into
for.
4 digits and having to fork out more money now because it's more ink. It's just a bit more depressing, isn't it?
Well, I personally, I think that I'm looking at the subs coming in. Let me go ahead and take a look at the sub counter. 98,625. I think that if we hit 100,000 subs today, I will pay for your 17th in the world tattoo. How about that? And,
right, but as you're part of the deal, I think you'd have to get a YouTube play button on you as well.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, get
the plaque.
Get the plaque tattooed on my body.
Yeah. And then when you're at 1 million, you get the 1 million one.
Yeah, I think that a YouTube. I'm going to be very excited about the plaque, and 100,000 will be really nice. I think that getting the 100,000 YouTube play button would probably be like the worst. If you're feeling like the worst tattoo ideas of our decade, it would definitely be on that list. And if you hit 1 million, I'm like, all right, it's still a terrible move. It's still like a person who I would move across from at the gym and just not want to be anywhere near you. But I can understand it. But
just a massive one right on their chest.
Oh.
You take your top off at the beach, it's just a massive 100k subscriber plaque. That would be great.
Now, if someone put like a like and subscribe tattoo, I'd actually
with a little like QR code or something that you could scan.
Yeah, I'd take that. I would somehow like that better.
It's looking like E-Giant here from EGW, and this minor deck we've been seeing a lot of. It's definitely getting a lot of comp play. It seems very solid. Good against G-Giant, which EGW is playing, and it's just relatively control-based. But what I don't like about it is it's a deck where you've got to get every interaction right, because the moment you take damage, you've not got a push that gets lots of damage. It's all about that minor chip. But Lion's the person to play this deck right, definitely. He used to main Icebow, so it's quite similar. We'll see how this goes.
And Mirror again for EGW, so he certainly likes that overall. It's interesting thinking about the rise of this deck. How much of the rise of this deck from Quinoa, this minor control deck, is because of the deck itself versus how much of it is, interesting play there to keep the egg alive. Didn't do what he wanted.
That was quite cool.
Yeah, ends up being a wash, but still, very interesting play there.
Yeah.
How much of it is because of the power of the deck itself, and how much of it is because of how well it fits in duels? Because that's really where we've seen it suddenly. I've seen it rise up. Obviously, I watch competitive way more than ladder.
Yeah.
Because it allows you to put things like Mighty Miner and Archers elsewhere in your duel set.
And it's the small spells as well. We're seeing Log being so overpowered, so your best deck's normally got Log in it, and then apart from that, you might have an Arrows only deck, but no one's really playing Zap, are they, and stuff like that. So not having a small spell and a deck that still works is definitely great. But I also think its success is just the meta's become so anti-Archer that Golden Knight Nado decks are so strong, but you can't always play E-Giant, which is pretty much the only top Golden Knight deck, so people were looking for more Golden Knight decks that they could play, and that's another reason that the drill's become a bit more popular. You don't see it on ladder at all, but you see a lot of Golden Knight drill in competition because you've got to counter Archers.
And just pump upon pump, E-Giant upon E-Giant. EGW just trying to make this one, if anything, annoying for his opponent.
Yeah. It's a battle of control versus overwhelming. If Line can control it, then he wins. If EGW gets a few pumps down and Line makes a few mistakes, he does have a chance here.
You know, it's interesting because you talk... Oh, wow.
Yeah. 4 E-Giants, but I think he defends, which is crazy, but he might still have this.
Birds
Perhaps
galore.
not. Another curse, perhaps?
Oh, boy. Down to 3 Elixir and E-Giant, Goblins, Bomber, Bird, Mirrored Goblins. Everything on the board right now. Quinoa trying to find a way, but he's not going to. Not going to happen. GG, well played. We got into double Elixir, and yeah, that's, you know, it's interesting. You talk about the, oftentimes, I guess the big debate of the skill level between cycle decks and beatdown decks is that cycle decks can recover from mistakes so easily, and beatdown decks, you make one big macro mistake and the whole thing crumbles. But that matchup there kind of seems like it illustrates the opposite direction, where you're playing this cycle deck, and if it feels like if you don't play against, maybe it's E-Giant versus Golem specifically, or E-Giant versus that minor control specifically, but it feels like against E-Giant, as opposed to Lava or Golem, it punishes it can punish a cycle player for 1 or 2 small mistakes very fast.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you've only got 1 win condition as a minor, you know, typically we normally see minor mortar, minor wall breakers, you've got other chances, and that's why it's getting played a lot, but for me personally, I don't like it. You've got to have a perfect game, and I don't think you can always guarantee that unless you're Mo or Mugi and stuff like that, and that's why we see, looking at it matchup-wise, you think, oh, minor poison, he's got no big spell for his bomb tower. It looks like lines match up easily, but you can get so overwhelmed, and once you're overwhelmed, there's no coming back.
And Pyrofoot in the Twitch chat, we are both Twitch and YouTube, by the way, for those of you asking, asks, is EGW the new bag? That's his question.
Perhaps. He's quite similar, to be honest. He's younger, he plays a lot of crazy decks, he gets good ladder finishes. It could possibly be. It's sad Bag's not still in the community. He used to play so much. I still see him around, but he's definitely not playing the game.
Well, you definitely need someone who's gonna go wild with some of those picks. So we'll see if EGW is the one who's gonna do that. And next up for him is going to be Geralt back in the mix. Now, you talked about being his analyst for a while. Obviously, a different version of competitive back then versus now.
Yeah.
But when you were preparing decks for Geralt, what were the things that you were looking to capitalize on in his favor, and what were areas that you were trying to avoid that didn't play well to Geralt's strengths?
Geralt loves control. He's control. He likes a bit of Ram Rider bridge spam and sometimes Hog Earthquake, but mainly it was like you say, your golems, your graveyards, anything with Ice with Nado, he'll play.
Well, let's see if it is control for Geralt here, and let's see if EGW decides to play Wizard Witch Mirror Clone or something.
See, and the thing with EGW here is he's having fun. Like, I've played with him in competitions, and he'll message the chat before his next game saying, oh, what should I play now? And he'll just make a random deck, and he'll be happy playing it, and that's his challenge. So it takes a lot of the stress and the nerves, because he's just playing a random deck and having fun with it, which is refreshing to see, I think. I think it definitely helps you mentally as well. So it's looking like Geralt's playing possibly E-Giant, possibly Pigs Recruits, and I think EGW is playing Clone. This is one of his decks. He plays like a Giant Skeleton Clone when no one else plays it, but he'll always pull it out.
Is he playing this with Skeleton Barrel, or is this just some other variation of Giant Skelly Clone?
You can't ask me that. He'll play anything, so I just know he likes his Giant Skeleton Clone. He sometimes plays Skelly Barrel and Bats, sometimes a Skarmy too. But then you could see him pull out a Fisherman here, and you'd be like, oh, why has he got a Fisherman now? Well, it's EGW, so that's why he's got a Fisherman. So we'll have to see.
And he goes Pigs here in this one, Golden Knight
for
Golden
Pigs,
Knight.
Yeah. And there's the Fisherman.
And there's a great NATO.
Yeah,
what timing?
And the Mirror Fisherman.
Yeah, Mirror Fisherman, but what's the Mirror Fisherman going to do right now?
See, the tower's not hitting the E-Giant though, so it wasn't getting that reflective damage, so he got away with that one, I think. The tower retargeted to the Golden Knight, so only half the damage was done that could possibly have done.
True. Still, I mean, I guess, yeah, you mitigate the damage, but at the same vein, 1491 remaining, EGW in a really tough spot.
Yeah, he's going to have to make use of his flying machines here, make sure he protects them from that Phoenix, and maybe possibly mirror them. See how he went with the Zappies there, trying to protect it from the Phoenix. Unfortunately, out of the 4 targets, it targets the flying machine, but that was his chance.
Bomber playing an important role here, both against the Pigs and, as we just saw there, against the Zappies. Cage should be the response after the Barb Barrel. Does miss one Pig, doesn't really matter though. Yeah,
pretty good interaction with this King Tower activation. He doesn't need to worry too much about that not the Golden Knight, the Goblin Brawler coming down the lane. He's going to need to push as hard as he can in this right lane here, so Geralt can't build a big push up, and hopefully he can just get a Fisherman off, which is what he's doing.
And Phoenix goes to the Flying Machine. NATO actually ends up almost saving the Flying Machine there for a half second. Doesn't get it done, and now the Bomber taken off by the arrows. Zappies protected. EGW staying alive as we go into sudden death overtime. Right now, the tower is reading 2090 at the bottom right-hand side to 1299. Lots of ground to be made up for EGW, but it seems SB like he's putting together the proper game plan.
Yeah, he knows what to do. It's just if it can pay off for him. Like that opposite lane pressure works very well. I'm not sure about that Fisherman, pulling it a bit closer. We'll see how it goes. He may need to go for Pigs and arrows this Bomber here, so he can get his Zappies off, unless he's just trying to lane block.
Zappies
the Zappies behind the tower as well, hoping to not get a Golden Knight dash. You never know what happens there. Looks like it will get on tower, but it shouldn't be too bad because it won't stay.
Wow. Didn't end up being a problem. Now we go final 80 seconds. The gap continuing to widen between EGW and Line, and it feels like
this
maybe...
is looking good for EGW now.
Yeah, maybe he has this plus one more push.
Yeah, definitely. It's when all the mirrors start coming down, like I said, he's got to abuse the Flying Machine, abuse these Zappies, because he's probably got a Lightning Geralt, so he knows that, and this could be the push of an arrows down.
Arrows a little late, but able to make some room. Flying Machine saves against the Golden Knight.
Big Golden Knight hit. That hit could be crucial coming into it. He might need to start getting like mirror pigs and stuff like that, just trying to get all the damage he can get. Even if he knows he's going into a defense, he's just got to hope.
652 the difference right now. That is an opportunity for a good Golden Knight dash. Ends up not being able to
control.
Wow, does not do it. And does he just ignore the E-Giant here and try to push past it?
Yeah, he's just got to go pigs, mirror pigs, or something like that. The lane switch could help. He needs to save his not play a card now until he's got another pigs.
And there you go. Very, very
Arrows
nice.
For the Bomber.
Very, very nice opposite lane play. Can he get away from this cage? Pigs on the tower, 821, 511, the connection from the Golden Knight.
Lightning block, lightning block, lightning block.
And the Lightning not able to block. Well played by Geralt. Line taking the victory there on the very last play of the game.
There? That Golden Knight hit when it was at 700 HP. That little hit would have won EGW the game if it didn't happen.
And, you know, that's why you're here today, SB. Perfect prognostication of what the big issue was, the Golden Knight. Let's take a look at the replay for this one. So 701 to 1094. And this was brilliantly put together by EGW, right? The pigs to the left-hand lane.
Yeah.
And then
he did all he could. He did all he could.
Yeah. And then the pigs to the right-hand lane. So he does get the lead here. The Flying Machine gets pulled back by that NATO. And, you know, I guess the only real question here, I don't like the play by EGW going with the Zappies to the inside. Because why would you go inside when you run the risk of also hitting King Tower there, giving one more piece?
I agree. Definitely. But in that moment, Rich, there's so much going through your mind. You're just thinking, oh my god, I need to win, I need to win.
Let's go back to those final seconds here, 4-3. So he plays it plays it perfectly timed, but he plays it to the inside rather than the outside, and that might end up being the difference. So EGW doesn't quite get it, did everything he could. I mean, that was certainly a fun one to watch.
Start with, I think. Yeah.
And next up, let me take a look at who's going to be next on the lineup for Strangers.
I think it's Geralt versus Adrian Piedra, right?
Adrian Piedra, and keep in mind,
Adrian Piedra's another one who hangs around. He practices all the time. He's on my friends list. He's always messaging me saying, oh, do you want to practice? Do you want to practice? So he's definitely still got that level. and that's determination to succeed, I think.
Aries saying not enough to lightning block. Isn't the Zappies only have 500 HP? Is that true? I thought Zappies had more HP than that.
Oh yeah, maybe we were all just talking about it when it wasn't even a thing, but it was hype, so you've got to account for that.
You know what? Yeah. I like your casting philosophy there.
Yeah.
I like your casting philosophy tremendously. Let's see, 30 seconds here for the request from Geralt, trying to figure out. Zappies are not the issue, Rich, says Hasiel. Jorgen saying SB OP commentating. Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
That's my second account, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I forgot to switch to it.
But you know what? I appreciate you putting more engagement in the chat to help boost the profile.
I'm actually all the accounts talking right now. I'm multitasking so hard. It's just all of me. I've had a few hate comments in just to balance it, but you know, it's what we have to do.
It's actually important for the coverage so people don't think that it's just botted, right? They think it's fake.
Definitely. Yeah.
So I appreciate you throwing in the hate comments as well on top of that.
Of course, anytime.
Hype Boys issued a warning for taking too long to put out their request, but here we go into gameplay. Line versus the Aztec Eagle himself, Adrian Piedra. And like I said yesterday, it doesn't get much more OG at this stage in competitive Clash Royale. One of the very few CCGS players still in competitive play.
Yeah, I don't think there's many left. Maybe Surge. Even Morten wasn't around then. Morten was a little fanboy at that point as well, I remember.
Maybe the funniest thing ever.
Adrian Piedra?
Someone call...
Yeah, I think lots of old pros have brought out DMs of Morten asking for friendly and stuff like that. It's crazy how times have changed.
I mean, looking at the list of everybody from the CCGS World Finals, and I believe that Adrian is the only one on that list. Is Expo Master still playing?
No. I think he plays casually. That's all.
Yeah, Yao, Colton's out. Fuchi. I think Adrian Piedra is the last man standing from that era, unless Wins is still involved somehow.
I don't think so. But yeah, still competitive as well. It's not even like he's just, turned into a streamer. He's still, pushing for comp and practice. It's really good to see.
And our first Archer Queen of the day, and does it say more about Archer Queen, more about the other champions, or more about the meta that we don't see as much Archer Queen right now?
I think it's Monk. Generally speaking, it's a lot weaker against Monk and other cards. It's not as strong, but I think it would be a lot more viable if Monk wasn't as prevalent.
I do see someone in the chat.
And also the poisons.
Oh yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you there. But poisons become a lot more prevalent, which is always a good archer counter. Wow. Inferno Dragon on tower.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah, Geralt struggles to deal with Inferno Dragon with this deck, so once it's on tower, you've got no resets, unfortunately.
He had the elixir for it too, though, to get the distraction just a half step late. We saw some of that yesterday from Geralt. Just a little bit of a couple of moves done maybe a half step late here or there. So the same woes continue, although he does get most of that damage back with the Pig's Push on the right, with Mega Knight not in cycle at that time. Now a huge push opposite direction.
Yeah, can he deal with this? It's looking hard, I think. Adrian Piedra is doing a good job at overwhelming in double.
And that Bandit doing a ton of work. Will get the last shot. It does. Kill blow in. And Adrian Piedra to come out and send us to our fifth and final game in this second King of the Hill set. It will be match point for Strangers on the back of Adrian Piedra and Hype Boys trying to extend this one to a third set after a really nice performance here from this longtime veteran.
And he'll be against Dandelion, another long-term veteran. Or Blizzard now. Blizzard after the defeat.
Dandy Blizzard.
Yeah.
There we go, I like it. He might not.
I think he plays a lot of another game. I think it might be Overwatch or something, so it's something to do with that. It's a character in one of these shooter games that I think he plays a lot more than Clash Royale, because I remember during CRL, we'd go around to their place and practice, and he'd just be playing on his PC the whole time.
And what I was going to say earlier is I saw someone in the chat calling Morten washed, which, tell me you didn't watch CRL this last month without telling me.
I wish I was washed, jeez.
Yeah, I wish I was washed and ended up second in the world last year and then third place at the opening monthly final for the season. Yeah, I mean,
I'd be washed any day.
I'd love to get to washed at this point.
Yeah, that means you were good at least, right?
Right, it means I was at some point worth a damn in this game. Otherwise, I can talk a lot, which is my my longtime skill. Speaking of talking, I see a good friend of yours, julesy, in the Twitch chat. Let's put it this way, requesting a romantic relationship with you, SP.
I don't blame him. Yeah. Julesy, I'll DM you after the stream, if that's all good. Am I allowed to plug my Twitter?
Yes, please do.
Someone's asking for my name, and I don't want to just, shameless plug away.
Absolutely. In fact, I will go ahead right now and get your Twitter off of. I have it already. Boom! Look at this.
I put it in the YouTube chat.
And
just
now,
my role API on my Twitter, just because people are asking.
Boom! I've actually there. I go. Triple linking SB's Twitter in the YouTube chat.
Wow!
Yeah.
Follow, guys. Follow.
Yeah. Go ahead and.
I'm actually trying to beat julesy in followers, so. He's been catching up over time with his analyst success, and I'm a retired washed pro. At least I'm washed, but he's catching up, so I need to keep pushing.
Yeah, let's not let julesy surpass SB off of the success of others. Let's let.
Yeah, definitely.
Exactly, right?
He's just a second place merchant, you know what I mean? So what can you do?
I didn't say it, but a person on this stream did. Let's go ahead and jump into the 5th and final game of this set. Adrian Piedra Blizzard Hype Boys trying to stay alive and not fall to 0-2. Strangers a chance to close things out on the back of the longtime CRL pro.
And Hype Boys loving their Skeleton King today. Could be Graveyard, could be RG. Too early to call. Maybe a Mortar from Adrian. Maybe the Arrows version of a Flying Machine.
We've seen shockingly little Mortar in this first match. I think maybe 0?
Yeah. It's been a lot of control.
I mean, again,
I don't think there's any reason behind that, other than that these players haven't been playing as much recently to hop into a heavy micro match is a little bit more daunting than playing a macro deck.
And that's an interesting thought, right? Because, a macro deck feels like it's more about understanding the overall matchup, whereas a micro deck, and here it is Mortar, finally from Adrian Piedra, the first one of the day. But you see how prevalent Mortar is in CRL with the players who are, grinding competitive every single day.
Yeah. It's a deck that, when played perfectly, you don't lose. So it's such a sure bank. If you've got the talent, your Mortar should always be in your duel set. Especially with the cards as well. It's got such strong cards in this meta. You can always adapt to what comes. Obviously archers are now in every Mortar deck, replacing the Archer Queen and stuff like that. The spell here for Adrian Piedra will tell a lot about this matchup. It should be either Fireball or Poison, unless he's got arrows. But if it's Poison, Adrian Piedra should have a decent matchup here, as Blizzard looked like he's playing Graveyard.
Now the arrows are interesting. If they are, you have to imagine there's is this the only spell for Blizzard, actually, these arrows in this deck?
He should have Snowball. Snowball Graveyard, last 2 cards.
So, I guess the sequencing, when he's trying to get graveyards down, of trying to play that game of, do I Snowball first or arrows first? Am I trying to go for, what am I trying to get
That's
off?
where the mind games come in, because if you can get an arrows on a Goblins, and then you play your archers behind, the Graveyard's got nothing for those archers, so it's a lot of mind games, a lot of different placements, so there's no predictions coming in. And that's how this game goes. But see, even pushes like that from Adrian Piedra, where he's having to use a Snowball on defense because of those bats, that makes him not be able to go into a push because he's got nothing to support that Graveyard. So little things like that can enable Adrian Piedra to go a bit more aggressive because he knows he's got a free defense.
And the archers step up right into the arrows. Defense still fine with the Mighty Miner and Cannon Cart. And now Adrian Mortar's high here.
Big push coming down.
And all that was trying to get the Miner out of the way, get the Mortar on. Was that a bit of an aggressive attempt to get a Mortar connection here?
I think it's neither here nor there. I think he's not really going to be punished too much as long as this Giant Skeleton goes down. The death damage doesn't hit the Cannon Cart, so obviously we're seeing even Elixir with a Cannon Cart on board. So overall I think it was okay. But I think he could be overwhelmed here. A nice Mighty Miner there, killing that as quick as possible. We still haven't saw his spell though, which is going to be quite interesting to see coming down. Maybe it could just be played to win the game.
The high archers doing a lot of work there, and now Cannon Cart in front of the Mortar. Line controls with the Giant Skeleton one more time.
Oh, and Mortar on tower as well. He's got no resets if he protects it well. That's the thing with this Graveyard deck. You find yourself in an awkward cycle a lot of times, Imagine you have your archers, your Snowball, your Graveyard, and a Giant Skeleton, but a Miner comes on your tower. You've not got the optimal response if you don't keep that cycle good.
Triple Elixir about to start. Final minute, Adrian Pedro completely in control here. Gives up a little damage to a ghostly skeleton, but still ahead by
the arrows come down.
Almost 2,000 HP.
Yeah, this is just going to be a defense game from Adrian Pedro now, hoping to not take 2,000's worth of damage. I don't think he'll get much more minor damage. He'll just be blocking like that, like we see. He might get a few archers on the tower, but see defensive mortars, defensive cannon carts, trying to lane block as much as possible. But Graveyard does Graveyard things, so the game's definitely not over.
Graveyard does Graveyard thing that feels like it should be a t-shirt.
It just does though, doesn't it? You know, you see a Graveyard on your tower, it's about to die, and then like 5 more skeletons just suddenly pop up, and then you've lost your tower.
And that's a great minor play from Adrian, knowing that the Fisherman was the most likely counter. He plays to the inside, no pull, gets the extra damage. So very smart play by Adrian late game. This thing is all locked up. No time for Graveyard things here, folks. GG, well played. Strangers comes out and doesn't just get the win over Hype Boys, gets the 2-0, 3 points to Strangers. That is going to be huge for them in our leaderboards.
Yeah, definitely very solid as well. Good for the confidence. It wasn't like an easy win by any stretch. It was well fought, good decks, and solid all around.
So our first matchup in the books, folks. Strangers, Tikis taking down Hype Boys for what is certainly a very important early win here. Next up, Chivas Esports versus SK Gaming. For those of you who keep saying in the chat, where's Mohamed Light? Where's Mohamed Light? Well, he'll be our third match of the day if he even gets to play with how well his teammates have been doing. Puigins against SK CALALAS, same org, 2 teams. And then, of course, our final match of the day, Tribe Gaming versus Team Queso. But at the moment, it's Strangers taking down Hype Boys to open things up. And I'm going to see if, I don't know if they are, I'm going to actually ask production if we can show the leaderboard in between matches. Can we show the leaderboard between matches? Because that would be nice. They have it, not may we, because I know I'm allowed to. It's the can we. Like, can they actually put up? I'm actually saying properly. Well, actually that didn't work. But I'm using the proper grammar there. It's can, not may. Are we able to do it? Don't get at me. Don't get at me. Here I am defending my grammar against nobody, just the ghost of my grandmother, actually. So.
No, chat's going crazy right now. I can't believe what you started.
Yes, they are. It's a grammar fight in the chat. Let's see. Taking a look at the chat for a minute. I see 2Cloud220. SB, remember you from Taiwan. Still remember you from CRL East AHQ. So a little
big throwback there. It's so long ago now. 5 years ago. Wow.
Who cares? Saying, please tell me that SB is single, which I actually don't know.
I am actually single. Yeah. So who cares? It's your lucky day.
Single, and if you've checked out his Twitter, certainly SB's been hitting the gym. So single, ripped, solid haircut.
Stop it.
Yeah, SB full form from Daria. Yeah, this is becoming an SB appreciation chat. So at least on the YouTube side, I think Twitch not as much maybe, but the YouTube side certainly falling in love here today.
Yeah, come on, Twitch guys, what's going on?
Next up is
I need to make my account on Twitch. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh yeah, there you go. Go ahead and get in there and give yourself some love. Next game, SK versus Chivas. The roster for SK Gaming in this competition. Of course, you got Morten. You've got xopxsam, Faust, and then will we actually see him play julesy actually on the roster for SK Gaming?
I could see him in a cough #1 spot. He's you know what? Actually, julesy, skill-wise, he's very, very good. He just doesn't always pull it out in competition. He's got it in him. I'm just saying.
And I see people saying Surgical Goblin was part of CCGS. Yes, didn't make World Finals, though. Let's go ahead and jump into our first King of the Hill match here. xopxsam.
Another throwback.
Yep, up against DiegoB. This is a super throwback. And on the side of Chivas Esports, you have DiegoB, Anaban, Ardentoas, Hasiel, and Pompeyo. So a very fun little lineup there.
Looks like a mirror matchup. Possibly not now with the bats coming down. But we do remember that xopxsam got a #1 finish with Wall Breakers, so he's definitely comfortable with them.
Let me know in the chat, who do you have here today, folks? SK Gaming or Chivas? Big lineups on both sides. You know, you talked about the bats there, SB, and bats used to be almost a required card in deck building for a while. And then bats, almost like for about a year, kind of died. And then in the last 6 weeks or so, especially the last like 3 or 4 weeks, I've noticed a sudden resurgence in bats. Do you have any thoughts on why that's happening?
My only thoughts could be that people are playing arrows more. So you don't want to arrow bats, right, for most of the time. So I think they're becoming a little bit better in that sense. And if you've got bats and arrows yourself, then you'll beat these archers decks.
People are saying that julesy is the coach of SK Gaming, but he's not listed as staff on SK Gaming's roster. He's actually listed as a player for SK Gaming, and the coach is longtime manager coach for SK Gaming on their staff, Kavalafar. So we'll see. Here's what I'll say. Julesy might just be coaching with Faust, Morten, and Sam as their roster, but if they're in a good position, Julesy is eligible to play. So let's see what happens.
Let's see what he can cook. And see, like I was talking about the bats there, he's got bats arrows. Oh, but that is going to be a lot of damage. And the Mega Knight splashes on the Archer Queen while it's there. This is not looking good for Sam.
Miner comes out very low in the defense, and then Miner to stretch. Really nice Miner to stretch here. Arrows do clean up a lot of it, but the Bandit survives and dashes, and that might be the blow that kills Sam in this opening King of the Hill.
And what's worse, he's down 5 elixir. DiegoB is just going to build another push-up. He'll get that Inferno Dragon behind, and even if he just gets the Miner chip, he'll slowly chip him out as long as he doesn't make a big mistake. But hey, this is comp, so anything can happen. And
we're getting the actual word from julesy in Twitch chat. He is not helping SK. You can see on the top left of your screen as a analyst. But look at this. On the roster for emergencies. So if, Sam has something explode in the laboratory or Faust decides to take another 2-year break, then you have julesy there to fill in.
Let's hope that doesn't happen, because we want SK to do well. So let's keep going.
Well,
and that's the game.
Yeah, not in this one. DiegoB, complete control here, and gets things done. So there you go, game number one.
Yeah, that one push, that one slightly unoptimal defense from Sam, and that's the game in a mirror matchup.
And to remind you, folks, we are in split number 1 in the league phase, which is running for this weekend and next weekend. 8 teams, round robin. Top 6 will move on. Bottom 2 will be out. The top 6 go on to a playoff single bracket BO5, where $15,000 of the $65,000 prize pool for the year is on the line. For the year, as you can see now, $65K overall, a full year event for the Queso Cup Teams Edition in 2023. Split number 1 happening right now. Split 2 will be this summer. And then in December, we'll have a last chance qualifier followed by a 4-day grand finals event in December. It might be the LCQ and grand finals all come together as one. I'll double check on that one. Either way, that's all happening. And guess what? If you're interested in playing in Clash Royale esports, you can. We have the Royale Masters qualifiers next week. We have CRL, obviously, every month. Make that top 1,000 in ranked. I believe there's more qualifiers later for Queso Cup in future splits. Don't quote me on that one yet. But all that information can be found in one very convenient place, esports.clashroyale.com. There's the link in the YouTube chat right now. Go ahead and get involved. And SB, speaking of getting involved, let's get involved here in game number 2. Morten versus DiegoB.
Yeah, I've got to say advantage Morten already, even though he's washed. He's just on such good form right now.
Oh, just the days of being washed.
Yeah.
Musketeer. Okay, I actually want to ask you about this because I noticed this yesterday. Is the Musketeer just because of the rise of counters to archers?
Yeah, so a lot of people playing archer decks. So I was playing a lot of Hog EQ this morning. And I was just finding that everyone was playing archers and arrows, and I was playing archers, so I was really struggling. And I sent it in the group chat, and straight away Sandbox said, just play Musketeer. So I think that's the thinking behind a lot of pros at the minute.
Vitor.
Because even though it's not as good, people are just building decks to counter archers. So
just a quick note from the Twitch chat is that it was actually julesy playing on Sam's account there. I don't think that's what happened, just from a League Ops perspective, but the meme is solid.
I think this is going to be Hog from DiegoB. It's quite a defensive Hog deck. And obviously we're seeing another Mega Knight here, which is so strong at the minute, given that everyone's playing it.
And Mega Knight does its job there against the Hog Rider.
And this Hog deck's going to have to be played like it's a control deck in this matchup. You've got a lot of your single is just defending Mega Knights, and then you might get a few Hog hits here and there, a few Earthquakes, and usually it can end without anyone taking the tower, but it wins on tower damage. Not always the case, but typically that's how you imagine this matchup going.
So that's really interesting, right? Because you know, a lot of the conventional thought process when playing Hog against heavier decks is to get Hog damage in single when you can still outcycle, and then, you know, defend and spell cycle later. But you're saying that here we're not really as worried about Hog damage early on. It's just defend from the get and then try to win on the spell cycle game later on the back end. What is that about this deck that demands that from Diego?
This Mega Knight deck punishes you so hard with any little defense, and in single elixir, you making those mistakes punishes you even more because you don't have the elixir to make up for it and get you out of sticky situations. So when you've got an okay matchup, it's better just to play safe, get those defenses off in single where you know you're okay in double once you've got the extra elixir to get you out of bad situations.
That sequence from Diego was absolutely beautiful. Hog defensive against the Inferno Dragon. Looked like Morten might get the wall breaker connection on the left, but the Ice Spirit Log shuts down the wall breakers and the Inferno Dragon. DiegoB playing, at least in this game, in this moment, playing some of the best Clash Royale I've seen him play in a long time.
Yeah, he's still got it. I've been practicing with him recently, and he's no worse, no better than he was before. He's consistent. He knows the game. He's got the macro in him always. It just takes a little bit to get the macro back, and once it's back, he's back to DiegoB.
95 seconds left. DiegoB currently with the lead. Cycles a log for a bit more chip, 19-20 to 24-24. What's the key for Morten here in this final minute and a half?
It's going to be one big push that hopefully overwhelms. Getting a miner on a... He's going to always miner the Musketeers, because he's got no other counter to it, and if he can get that off, a few good interactions with the ground troops, he could take the lead.
Miner trying to make enough room for the wall breakers. Guards come down. Wall breakers, do they make it? No. Saved by the bomb
close.
Tower. And the Mega Knight also not doing work on the right-hand side, so the ball just not bouncing in Morten's favor as we go into triple elixir.
Yeah. Heading into triple elixir, though, this is where this Mega Knight deck comes alive. You see people crumble, but then you'll see Mo pull out perfect defense after perfect defensive Hog, so it can really go both ways. It's just, it comes down to how well this Hog player plays.
He was against
he's
the
doing
Hog.
really well.
Wall
that
breakers
Hog was
connect.
so crucial. He gets that extra few hits and stops him from piling on the pressure again.
And the E was just not quite doing what Morten
Another
wants.
great Hog there. That was a perfect Hog. He'll get 2 hits, stops him from doing a Mega Knight. Just defense now. Morten going for one last push here. He'll do a Mega Knight at the bridge. Hopefully get that Mega Knight on the bomb tower just so we can get a wall break connection. But with this ability, it won't take any damage from the jump. Another Hog at a great time. I think these Hogs have really won it. He's having to concentrate on defending that Hog when he's got the defense sorted on his side. So then that way he doesn't keep playing cards to keep that pressure up.
General brilliance in this one from DiegoB. Let's go take a look at the replay from this one. And this was the moment I was calling out earlier. You see the Bandit come in, Prince into the middle, and there's a sequence that we're about to see here, and the Hog defense was just difficult for Morten the whole way through, and doing a great job taking advantage of Mega Knight not being able to get involved in those defenses on DiegoB's side. But here's where this gets really fascinating, right? So we're going to see some control play in the middle. This is when you're talking about the overwhelm. The Miner goes right to the Musketeer. Guards come in and do some saving work. And then when the arrows clear, this could have been a disaster for DiegoB. But the Hog distracts the Inferno Dragon for a second. The Ice Spirit plus Log does just enough. And then DiegoB still gets a Hog shot out of all of that. So, man, Diego just on it and opening up this King of the Hill with a 2-0 SB and up against Faust, a chance to get a King of the Hill sweep today.
But Faust, so strong. He's one of those players that I think, natural talent-wise, he's got to be one of the best in the game. To not play for ages and come back and be, you know, one of the best. You just think, well, what could he do if he put the hours in like Mo and stuff like that? So he always has that in his locker to pull out crazy wins.
DiegoB has had quite the journey over his time in Clash Royale, much like his friend Surgical Goblin at one point donned the Team Queso jersey and then followed along with Surgical Goblin to Team Liquid, which at first looked like it might have been a bad call with the way that Team Liquid performed in 2018. Absolutely failed based on expectations with what should have been what on paper was the strongest roster. People said that Team Liquid wouldn't lose a single set throughout CRL of 2018, and as those of you who watched then know, they didn't even make playoffs in the European region, or did they? They may have gone out the first round. I don't think they even made playoffs. They might have gone out the first round. Either way, wildly underperformed. And then in the start of 2019, it looked like they were going to have the same problems once more. Despite adding Canario, the team just wasn't clicking. And I remember quite clearly on that 2019 set in the fall season, Eric Benamou, our former co-caster here and at the time coach of Team Liquid, having this conversation just outside of the studio, a huddle that lasted maybe about 15-20 minutes with the team. You watched him talking to them, and the next day Team Liquid came back and they won 5 matches in a row. And that was the beginning of Team Liquid being dominant in 2019, and of course you all know the rest of that story. Team Liquid 2019 CRL World Champions, and Diego, one of the 5 people to hoist that trophy alongside Surgical Goblin, Canario, Igor, and EB7. So,
yeah, I think that crucial season came down to EB7. You know, the first year they had the talent, but they had no direction. And that second year, EB7 came in. They had a coach. They had, you know, structure, and then they could put that talent to good use. And obviously, we all know what happened with Igor coming in. He was practicing with him the whole season, couldn't play, and then he comes in and just absolutely wipes the floor.
Well, people might also forget, too, is not only was Igor not able to play all season and then finally was able to come join at World Finals, but Surgical Goblin was having visa issues and didn't get his visa sorted out until 2 or 3 days before Worlds. And so it could have been a very different story throughout all of that.
Morten wouldn't have had the 1 HP moment, I'm sure.
Yeah. So. No, we'd probably have SK Gaming 2019 World Champions, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely.
And DiegoB misclicked. And
so it's looking like another graveyard versus this could be Goblin from Faust. If julesy is helping, I think, bad looks of it, because this is a julesy deck for intro from Faust. He loves getting them to play Goblin. So it's looking like Goblin from Faust. He could pull out an E-Giant, but I think he would have played it by now. The control deck from DiegoB there will definitely have a good advantage here, but then the Golden Knight Nado can always pull out some crazy maneuver and get him the win. And there we see the Golem coming down.
Yep, big old pile of rocks.
Yeah, I have a sneaky suspicion julesy might be helping. We'll have to see. He very much does like to say that he's not helping when he is, so I don't want to leak anything, but, you know, who knows.
Well, Bird, Baby Dragon, Barb Barrel. I didn't intend that much alliteration, but it happened. Graveyard push on the left-hand side, Tombstone to defend. No tankage here from the Skeleton King due to the body block setting the line high from the Golden Knight, and now Golem plus Baby Dragon on the tower forces out Snowball, and this has suddenly gone heavily in the direction of Faust and SK Gaming here in game number 3.
Great idea from DiegoB to counter pressure there, but luckily, well not luckily, Faust had a great defense there that really kept him in the game and then also got him in the lead. So that was down to Faust's good play there. But still, it's going to be hard for Faust to get a good golem off. He's just doing a lane block now. It's going to be whether he can defend these graveyards for the next 50 seconds to where he keeps his damage lead.
The lane block doing okay here, but look at what's stacking up behind. Now a second set of Zappies. Golden Knight suspicious here about the connection being available, and now with the drop of the giant skeleton able to make it. Does the
giant skeleton tanks there? That's big. Tombstone's coming down to do the best support, but he's just going to keep throwing spells. Snowball always helps so much with the graveyard. And the golems, they're good to stop the lane block. He just needs to see whether he can get one lightning's worth of damage.
And there you go.
The graveyard.
Golden Knight right-hand lane. Hunter pulls. Golden Knight will not have a chance to go. A Lightning to put a little extra. Can Faust defend this? Graveyard things. Do they happen? NATO to clear. Not going to do it. Faust puts the stop on DiegoB's King of the Hill sweep. SK Gaming stays alive in set number 1.
Yeah, great play from Faust there. Looking like a matchup that's slightly not in his favour, but those tombstones, knowing that he doesn't have a poison, doesn't have a fireball, really helped. His opposite lane pressure helped. His golem stopping the lane block, all good things. Even the Golden Knight at the last second at the bridge that stopped him from going with an early graveyard to give him more time to get that 146 damage on the tower. There are lots of little things that add up to be able to get him over the line.
And there we go. Game number 3 in the books. Thank you. I'm getting my water ran out a while ago, and I am so grateful to have SB here, everybody. And again, let me go ahead and link his Twitter in the chat one more time. Not only to give us some phenomenal insight and analysis, that's just a link to notifications. Why would I link? Why would I link to notifications?
Everyone's just on your notifications now.
Oh
seeing
boy.
What's happening.
Let me go ahead and actually go find there we go. Here's SB's link. Here's SB's Twitter. Go ahead and check him out. But also to save my voice, because if you guys don't know this, this is day 2 of 10 days in a row of me casting Clash Royale. So a little help with the heavy lifting is always welcome. Speaking of heavy lifting, how much are you lifting now?
Oh, too many back injuries. I do make a lot of progress, and then something will happen with my back, and then it slows down, and then I've got to play Clash Royale and life and stuff like that. But I'm making a little bit of progress. I compete in powerlifting sometimes, but just for fun, really. Nothing really crazy.
There's a longtime viewer and former clanmate of mine who is a competitive powerlifter who has competed some in trying to do World's Strongest Man competitions. So shout out to Mikey, old school clanmate, who I know is out there lifting the heavy stuff.
Mm-hmm. The World's Strongest Man competitions are crazy. I think that's the true feat of strength, you know. Because me being a powerlifter, you lift objects that are nice to lift and stuff like that, but these World's Strongest Man will lift some massive stone that just shouldn't be humanly possible.
And I do appreciate the use of stone there as the unit of measurement. For those of you who don't know this, a lot of the Queen's subjects, they measure weight in rocks as opposed to something sensible. But it makes it all that much more fun.
Hey, at least we don't use pounds and ounces. They're just,
that's fair.
What's the point in that? You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Driving on the right side of the road. What's going on there?
Using a football with your hands, all the stuff we do wrong.
Yeah. Hand egg? Why didn't you call it that?
I like hand egg. I've never heard that before. I feel like I should have.
Yeah. Well, I live in Australia, but obviously I'm English, so we have the same thing when we talk about Australian football. We call it hand egg, us Brits, when they call it soccer. A lot of damage in here, though. We've been talking too much and not paying attention. This Mega Knight deck, again, putting in so much work.
I think you might have actually been in the chat, SB, I'm going to take some credit for this one. About a month and a half ago, I asked Ian about Monk in Hog Rider decks. And at the time, Ian said that Monk was too high of a cost of an elixir to be the mini tank, plus being a champion. Just those two things made it not a great option for a mini tank. Why was Ian wrong, and why am I right? And why has it become the dominant champion in Hog Rider decks?
Well, I think, especially with this Goblins buff, you've got the threat of Goblins behind a Monk is so hard to deal with, because you want a log, you want a barb barrel, but as soon as they click that ability, you've lost the game. So it adds that, for one thing, and I think it's got a recent buff, and then now we also see archers coming into play, and just all you have to do to defend archers is press ability. So it's got lots of little things that add up to it, I think, for the most part.
And I will also give credit where credit due. Ian, top hog player on the planet, me, a guy who says things. But I will take out credit where it's due. And my precognition on this deck was on point.
Yeah, definitely. I think you should be making a run for CAL next year, I think. Just only playing Hog Monk, though, just to really make your point to Ian.
I think I'll just theory craft decks and then take credit for them.
you could become like the new Julesy, but you just make decks.
Oh yeah, just I make decks, and then if someone
deck creator.
You know what? It's not that
turn
hard.
up to World Finals and just with a notepad of just decks to sell.
Well, I go there and I sell decks, and then I just go like,
Yeah.
I go, hey, Morten, he played NATO. You should play Hog or Miner now. And then, you know, then...
Or what about Lava Hog? You could play Lava Hog. Absolute great creation from Doom, little throwback.
Yeah,
His Lava Hog deck.
I could come up. Look, I can bring back my horrific Expo Miner from 2017 and see if that one works. It doesn't, just in case anyone's curious.
I remember I played a Rascal's Sparky Balloon in Cyril, and it kind of built up a little bit of traction, but I only played it for the surprise factor, because, you know, you're playing a Sparky deck the whole game. You play all your air cards because you think, oh, I've only got to deal with a Sparky. And then you go Balloon opposite lane, and you've still got that surprise factor, so little things like that, that's like the EGW effect, you know. It can work in comp when you're only playing it for one game.
Reaper asking, what's your main archetype to play? Right now, I mean, I've played everything throughout the years. Right now, I'm basically playing either the Mighty Miner deck or the Mighty Miner Hog deck. They're the same 6 cards, and then you either play Hog EQ or Miner Poison. That's pretty much what I'm playing right now. Because, you know, abuse the meta when you can.
And that's what we see in duels too. Like those are the 2 sample decks for duels, and then you'll just switch Archers for Musketeer in one, Earthquake for Fireball in the other, and that's how it works.
And Yugi Art in the chat here. W, it worked though. So,
oh yeah. I think he was he's on my team that season. Shout out to Yugi, by the way, great guy.
And Greg asking for a shout out to Chachi, the only guy with a 100% win rate in CRL.
Oh yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Yep.
He was on Complexity that first season.
Yep.
Who was it? Colton, Razza. Who else was on that team?
Colton, Razzer, Adrian,
Adrian.
Chachi, and El Jefe?
Yes, El Jefe. Or was it El Jefe on... Was he on a team that was yellow? I don't know why I'm thinking that. What was the French mainly team? Allegiance. Was he on Allegiance?
No, that was all Frenchmen. Except...
yes, that American guy. It's not El Jefe, but who was that American guy?
Yeah, that was...
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I do. Now my brain's broken. Hold on.
Yeah, I remember I played 2v2 with him in the Combine. But yeah, it's a throwback looking at all these people. Because then you had NRG, and they had PP, Prashant, Carter, Hazard.
Yes.
Yeah, such a throwback. Guanic as well. He's came back.
Yeah, I've seen
another
Guanic
one who's came back. He's having a lot of analyst success, so I think your game knowledge always stays, even if your micro goes, so you can come back as an analyst and do well. He helped Keith in World Finals.
Let's see. Allegiance was... Oh, no, it was all French. It was Doberman, Donkey Kong, Lupanji, Wiko, and Eptic was the coach.
Yeah. It might have been second season. Oh, it's going to annoy me now. I remember it eventually.
One day.
So we're seeing Lava Loon here. This is the only Lava Loon variant that has a chance in this meta. It's the only thing that can beat Archers. You've got to play your arrows. You've got to play your Valkyrie. But against this control deck with NATO and a building and poison, it's going to be tough. Phoenix just has killed Lava, I'd say, for the most part.
You know what you're thinking about? You're thinking about Tog, who was on Misfits that season. That one guy.
Yes, I think so, yeah. That's who it is.
Guys, we'll get back and get to the bottom of any sort of mysteries. What other mysteries do you guys have? The mystery of Lava Loon.
What came first? Chicken or the egg? Let's talk about it, guys.
Had to be the egg. Right? Just like biologically speaking.
Oh, I'm going to have to think about it now. I was only joking.
1657 to 1564 as we go into sudden death overtime. Ardentoas playing the popular minor control deck in the game. And
this is another case of Ardentoas wins if he plays perfectly. If not, this is Faust to take.
And
some good damage there from those pups.
A lot of damage from the pups. Bird does come out.
Faust is got to keep on doing these lavas at the bridge because he's not getting loon damage at all. He'll just get the lava chip, and that's all that matters right now. Lava chip, a few spells, maybe one pup, and that's what you take for a push. Oh my god!
Oh
the Golden
my
Knight does the Golden
word!
Knight
The
it
Golden
needs a
Knight.
nerf, honestly. Oh, see, that's why I was saying Golden Knight with NATO, you've never got the chance of getting countered because you've always got that chance of of getting that dash.
Well, that Golden Knight did Golden Knight things. We're talking about. I think you've put it right there in the Clash Royale lexicon. SB is if a card just makes a win happen in a way that it shouldn't, it does its thing. And this Golden Knight.
That's when you knew it needs to be nerfed. I think developers need to just think, can it do a thing? Yes, it can. Let's notch down the stats a little bit.
Here we go. So you see a lot of damage coming in for Faust on that top right-hand tower. Miner goes into the back, and Golden Knight. You see these archers are so far away. That tombstone, and you know what it is? It's just a perfect look. The Golden Knight does Golden Knight things, but let's go back to half step here and look at the way that NATO does kind of get the placement perfect there to get the corner of the tombstone.
A little intricacy. The Golden Knight actually locks onto the archers first, so when he pulls that archer back, it's still locked on, but it will go to the next thing closest, but it'll always stay locked onto that archer, so that's why you see it doing something a bit spooky, but it actually did lock onto the archer first. It just goes to the next closest target, but it will keep that lock on in its mind. Absolute
brilliance for it. Here we go. Set number 1 for Chivas Esports. In set number 2, SK Gaming going to run xopxsam, Morten, and Faust in that order. Chivas going Anaban, Hasiel, Pompeyo. So going fully deep into the roster for Chivas Esports. SK Gaming still keeping julesy on the bench, at least for the time being.
Yeah, this isn't looking too good for SK. They're losing the first game and then lost the first set. We'll see if they can pull this back. They need to, I think, if they want to have success.
And I don't know if this is actually Adrian Piedra in the YouTube chat. Let me go to his channel and see if that's actually him before I... Oh, 250,000 subscribers? Hey, so let's go ahead and put him up there. Adrian Piedra saying what's up. How are you, Adrian? Glad to see you in the mix, playing some great Clash Royale. Always happy to see you come out. And GG's for strangers today. Very well done. Let's take a look at the rest of the chat. Let's see. Happy to be cast by you guys, and thankfully this time with a win. Let's go ahead and see if Anaban can continue the success for teams on this side of the world. So far, the Americas doing pretty well against Europe today, and also Asia.
Yeah. I wonder what this deck is from Anaban here. Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to guess. But so I'm playing a very cheap deck here. You know, normally you wouldn't see the Fire Spirit and the Ice Spirit, so he might be playing like a Hog or a Wall Breakers, but it's going to have a cheaper cycle, which is what Sam will do sometimes to switch things up in comp.
And Vitor a little surprised here. No DiegoB after how he played, and who knows? Maybe Diego prepared 2 decks specifically, right?
Can you only play 2 sets?
I don't think that's a rule.
They might be saving him for the 1v1. Is it not?
I didn't see that. I read the rule book. I don't remember seeing that rule. I can go ahead and double check it one more time. I'll go ahead. Why don't you take care of the cast, and I'll go ahead and take a look and see if that's actually a rule.
So I'm not sure what Sam's playing here. It most likely is an Expo Pump variant. Obviously, Anaban's playing this minor poison control deck. What's going to be the case here is, because obviously with champions, this would normally look like Anaban's matchup, but because of this Golden Knight, it doesn't come back to your cycle. So you may use your Golden Knight to tank for the Expo, but then you can get back to another Expo, and if your Golden Knight's still on the board, it likely has low HP, and you don't have that tank back, whereas with a 4-card cycle, you normally would. So that'll be the case. How good's Anaban's control? How good can he defend every Expo? But normally, it's quite hard to deal with when you get that second Expo down and a slight elixir lead.
And you know what? I can, without looking up the rule now, confirm that it's not a rule, because then SK Gaming would have nobody able to play in the 3rd set if that were the case. Unless they're playing julesy in the 1v1.
Unless that's their emergency.
Yeah.
Who knows?
So I think not a rule.
Yeah. So Anaban doing a good job of controlling. Doubles definitely a lot better for Anaban, I think. It's not as scary. You've got more chance of making mistakes and still defending the Expo. Your Golden Knight's always good on the Expo if you play it in the same lane, because Sam's got a lot of cheap troops. He's not got like a big tank that will stop it. You know, it'll chain onto those archers, those goblins, and make a good defense. He used that poison though, so that means Sam will be able to get a pump down and perhaps a little bit of chip.
Significant chip, actually. You know,
yeah,
I was
for Sam, you know.
I was a pump bow player for about 2 or 3 months during the double small spell era.
I'll let you take over then, Rich.
Yeah, well, when Snowball was, since I was the pump bow master, But this was the double small spell, right? This is when you play Snowball Log together, or Snowball Bar Barrel. A very different version of Pumpo then. But I'm even shocked to see Sam playing Pumpo here.
Yeah, he's another one who plays different decks, and it might be a very specific matchup, analyst-wise, but he's getting that chip. I'm surprised seeing it against Anaban when he likes to play his E-Giant and his E-Golem, but it seems like he could win.
And maybe
this was it overwhelms.
Maybe this was kind of like thinking about counter sniping, right? Where, hey, like, you know, Anaban is probably going to try to paint Sam into a corner, but Sam, knowing that he's usually so unpredictable, thinking that maybe Anaban will go the opposite direction and go straight meta, and then here you go.
Yeah, definitely. Overwhelming time for Sam. It would have been nice to see like a Tesla here or something like that, but it's still working out for him, I think.
What's interesting about this, and from a Pumpo perspective, because you don't play big spells, Expo, like most Expo decks, rely on a little bit of early lead and then lock down the game and spell cycle and be annoying. Pumpo can't do that because you don't have the ability to do spell cycle. So you're not going to see until the very, very end, and even then, you might still see Sam staying aggressive with Expos. It's like an Expo spam deck rather than like a defensive control deck.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you say there, because even looking at it now, it doesn't feel comfortable at all for Sam to take this win. You wouldn't think, oh, that 500 damage, few fireballs, and you've got it, because he doesn't have that fireball, like you say. He's got to keep up the pressure. And he doesn't even want to do those Expos in the same lane, because he knows, oh my god, the Expo's on tower, and I think that's it.
Wow.
That's the thing with that Golden Knight, like I was saying before. It gets low HP on the other lane, he doesn't have a tank, he's switching between cards, it's triple elixir, everything's coming down, and that's where Expo can punish you.
Here we go, 15 seconds left. Miner in, has to control the Golden Knight, does Sam. Miner plus poison. Keep in mind, Sam's only way of doing tower damage just went away. Can the Golden Knight dash on tower? It can! An absolute theft job! An absolute... Someone check Sam's pockets. I'm pretty sure his wallet's missing.
It didn't even chain onto the Ice Spirit as well. It wasn't Sam playing that. That was just straight onto Mighty Miner, straight onto tower. Golden Knight things have occurred again.
Oh my word. Golden Knight things. Make the t-shirt, somebody. I'll wear it on stream. Let's go take a look.
I'll get the tattoo. Wow.
Yes, I will absolutely fund that tattoo right after we get your 17th place.
You're gonna have so many tattoos.
Dude, we're gonna sleeve you up with, you're gonna go tat for tat with CWA. Yeah. Can we beat the Inferno Tower? And here we go. Take a look at all this. 12 seconds left, and as I said, that log meant there was no way to make more damage. And the NATO here, and this is such a small thing. If Sam plays the Mighty Miner to the outside, or to the inside of that Golden Knight rather than the outside, I believe Sam has the win locked if he plays it out there. But instead, and let's see if I can get us back to that spot here. You see that when the Mighty Miner gets played to the inside, let's do this one more time. So here we go. Miner in, Goblins go to the middle, which is where they need to be. Archers to the middle where they need to be. Mighty Miner to the inside. Well, smart play by Anaban. NATO that in.
You even see some players now being so scared of Golden Knight that they'll just play the Expo there instead of the Mighty Miner. You know, you've got 10 elixir. You play that Expo, you've got no chance of getting a chain then because you can't NATO it. So I think that could have been a little thing he could have done, which would have gave him the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Expo, Expo would have been different. Mighty Miner to the inside rather than the outside where it was NATOable could have been different. Man, Sam played such a brilliant game. But,
he really did.
But, you know, I think that maybe after years of Expo upsetting most people who play Clash Royale, except for a few fans of, like, Betfas' YouTube page, right? Except for a few people, I think that the Clash Royale gods have decided that Expo will not win in competitive play, and we just saw that right here.
Yeah, definitely a little bit one for the karma of the past there, coming back to balance things out. And here we see Anaban Morten, another top ladder match. I don't think it's a snipe though from Anaban this time, judging that Morten's not streaming on Twitch. So we'll see what happens.
We will see. And yeah, easy, some agreement in the chat. Defensive Expo gets the easy win for Sam. Well, we'll see. Maybe Golden Knight will get adjusted soon.
Perhaps a mirror matchup here. And I would actually favour Anaban. He's such a good player with the Giant that he knows all the intricacies of the deck, whereas Morten is a solid comp player. Well, more than a solid comp player, that's quite an understatement, but Anaban will know the intricacies of the E-Giant deck.
And apparently Morten is streaming on Twitch, maybe with a slight delay, hopefully.
Yeah.
But
back to a cannon already. Great play by Morten.
Very nicely done.
I think that the mirror will slightly, say, advantage Anaban in this matchup, even if it just comes down to being a quite close game. You get that mirror lightning off in the last second. It can help with damage lead.
Now,
Slight elixir advantage for Morten. Chooses just to E-Giant in the back.
Why is he E-Giant in the corner rather than King Tower here?
Because it doesn't pull as far. So what we've seen is, it's not been directly said by the devs, but it's changed. So Golem and E-Giants in that back will have one tile less of a pull to a cannon or a mortar. They said they'll try and fix it eventually. It wasn't intended, but that's what it is right now. So a cannon or a mortar trying to pull that will have one tile less.
That cannon still pulled from a separate county, so
yeah,
E-Giant still goes way across the board. Shut down. Bird won't do anything here. And clean sheet thus far for Anaban as we go into double elixir.
Yeah, and the E-Giant here is quite surprising. You'd always think advantage Phoenix, but he must have been going for a specific reason to play this against Morten. Possibly with the rise of like the Mighty Miner and stuff like that. Morten loves to play the Mighty Miner, so that extra chain always helps.
That seems like
is Miranado? Yeah.
Oh, wow.
See, this is what I mean about the intricacies. He loves playing his Miranados to snipe on ladder, so he'll know how to get those activations perfect every time. And even though that seems quite an overcommit from Anaban, I think he still gets the defense off here, so that little dash will still help in the long run.
I was about to say that felt like an overcommitment, and you were, again, that's why you're here today.
Yeah, well, I don't want to eat my words now and hit him take his tower, but I think it should be okay. Perhaps not with that cannon, though.
Oh boy. Mirror cannon? No, because he played something else. First NATO won't do it. Second NATO will do it.
There we go. Any giant at the bridge, or is he just going to go in the back again? Going in the back, probably the best player, as he still has to defend this.
How many caster's curses can we get for SB today? That's the real question.
Yeah, I just keep saying controversial things and hope it comes back to bite me. So Anaban's got the win here. Let's see what happens. Does that lightning hit what he wants? I think it does. Bar barrel for the egg, or has he already used it? That King Tower is going to be key here in DPSing down that giant. Even the Phoenix, he'll get one hit to stop it getting anything on the tower. And see, Anaban knows how to play this matchup, lane block after lane block. And yeah, like perfect. I said, he'll get that mirror lightning in the last second, and that'll be the difference in the game if no one takes any more damage.
Then now the cannon getting really far away. You can see Morten starting to be a little wary of those lightning plays.
Yep, for sure. And the King Tower now, it's looking advantage Anaban.
Bomber doing good work here on defense, though.
Yeah, for sure. And that one chain, that could be something that affects something later on in the match. E-Giant after E-Giant, and now he in triple elixir. I think he'll start taking any lightning value you can get with it being on tower.
The high E-Giant, the Golden Knight protects the Bomber, and it looks like Morten's starting to see that maybe that Bomber is going to be a key factor in trying to do something late, but trying is the optimum word here. Now Bird high.
And Morten knows he can't lightning cycle because as soon as he cycles the lightning, Anaban does the same and then plays the mirror, so it's not going to work eventually.
Oh, and the Barbarian escapes, and that's a big 2 barb shots that should secure the win. Golden Knight comes in. Anaban.
Well played to Anaban.
2 up, 2 down. Very well played. And SK Gaming in a position where they could open up this tournament 0-2 if Anaban can close out here.
The E-Giant intricacies really paid off there. He just knows how to play that matchup. He knows how to just lane block after lane block, King to activation, and then it's an easy win from there against such a top player in Morten. Makes it look very easy.
Very, very easy indeed. And you know the mirror NATO. That's probably the you talk about some of the plays here. That mirror NATO was so key more than once, and then also you saw just how many and this is more for mid-tier players, much like myself, how many might play that E-Giant just a little bit off to not perfectly stop the bomb or splash on tower, whereas we saw Anaban playing it at just the right spot, just the right time. And you talk about knowing a matchup or knowing how to the interactions for a specific deck. You know, if there's lots of criticisms of Anaban, one thing that I think is that is one of the best things about Anaban, which made him really good when he had a great run in the No Tilt League Special Edition, the preceded for 2020 CRL, was that Anaban was good at being unpredictable because of his sort of sniping time. He's gotten so good at micro for so many different cards that his flexibility, if you're an analyst trying to support him, is probably a gift for an analyst.
Well, yeah, I mean, the analyst tries to snipe for you, right? So they want to put in some wacky cards that might give you the matchup. But normally as a pro, you might say, oh, why do I want to put that in? But Anaban will jump at that and say, you know, this is what I do all the time, so give me it, please. And that's like we see with the E-Dragon. It's not meta at all, but in these sorts of matchups, like especially against the pigs, I think it's slightly better than the Phoenix.
Yeah, the Electro Dragon now making back-to-back appearances for the many-time ladder champion.
This matchup's going to be a case of one Nado, one Golden Knight, one E-Dragon, and he could take a whole tower, or Faust defends well, gets a big pigs push off, and gets the win that way. I think we'll see a lot of the action start to happen though now in double. With these heavy decks, you get more elixir, a bit more freedom to make out plays, and we'll see what happens.
Easy King Tower activation there for Anaban, easy decision as well, but Faust now with the elixir lead chooses to bank up with the Goblin Cage, and the one thing we think about that was part of the initial pitch of the Goblin Cage was that it wasn't just a building, it was also an elixir bank. That part of one of its features is, hey, you spend 4 elixir to invest in this Goblin Brawler who, I'm curious, SB, do you know what the supposed elixir value of the Brawler by himself is?
I'm not sure right now, but I remember when it first came out, it felt just as good as a Lumberjack. I don't think it's the case anymore. I think it got a slight nerf due to it, but I would take it over a Knight, honestly. So I'd say it's definitely around the 3 elixir mark.
So you see the bank paying off there as Faust does take a very nice lead.
It's looking like he's going to start to overwhelm. It seems Anaban's deck is a bit too hard to cycle with. He's mirroring E-Dragons, which are going to cost you 6 elixir, which isn't optimal, definitely.
And there you go. Faust keeps SK Gaming alive. Needs a full reverse sweep to send us to a third and final set. We'll find out if he can do it here in just a little bit. And speaking of just a little bit, our matchups for today. We are on our second matchup. Earlier on, we saw Strangers beating Hype Boys in 2 sets. Chivas Esports with match point. 2 more match points coming up for them. Can SK Gaming send us to a third and final set? Following that, the show you're all here to see, Team Superman, essentially, with Mugi, Mohamed Light, Lucas, and Griko taking on SK CALALAS. 2 teams, same org, very different looks. Ruben sub, Vitor, Adriel, and Pedro on that side of things. And then finally, our last match of the day, Tribe Gaming with Wallace, Sandbox, Betfas, and xAlee will take on our hosts for the tournament, Team Queso. No Ruben on Team Queso, by the way. That's ship sailed a while ago. But an old Team Queso face back in the mix. Surgical Goblin, Javi 14, Bale, and Kodigo, rounding out the cheesy ones. So that will be our matchup later on in the day. Coming up now, though, it's going to be Faust versus Hasiel. And I'm sure you watched very closely the other weekend when Hasiel got second place against Mohamed Light. It felt like Hasiel was playing great Clash Royale all day, and then he stared into the face of the Pharaoh, and the Pharaoh's curse hit him, and he completely fell apart. Talk to me a little bit about that, because we've been kind of talking as we jump into gameplay about it. At this point, it feels like players play worse against Mohamed Light just because of nerves. facing off against a guy because they all feel like they're already going to lose.
And I really don't blame them. I mean, if I was to play Mo, I'd think, oh, I'm going to have to play something quite trivial here, because I just know, in a mirror matchup, although you want to have confidence of yourself, I mean, we see him week in, week out, just playing revolutionary Clash Royale to where it's hard to have that mental facade of thinking you've got the chance of winning. So I don't blame Hasiel much. I mean, he was in my group in the top 32, and he played some solid Clash Royale, so I definitely think he has it in him to qualify this year, like he did the year, was it 2021? Did he make World Finals, right?
Yeah, Hasiel made World Finals in 2021 and then had to take time off for school last year. And now he's back and making his push for a World Finals berth here in 23.
Yeah, very solid player. He can play control decks. He's very good with his cycle, so he's got the ability to play Kid Mortar and Hog. He can definitely do well. But Faust, he's got a big task ahead of him, trying to get this reverse sweep. But like you say, he's done very well in CRL as well this month. So 2 top players currently on form.
You know, and talking earlier during the Faust versus DiegoB match, the history of DiegoB versus SK Gaming could have also included Faust at one point, who, as a German, was rumored to and meant to, from my understanding, play for SK Gaming and CRL teams at one point. And Faust, probably one of the players who was most often connected to teams in rumor that never actually came to fruition throughout CRL 2019 and 2020.
Yeah, I think he's just not bothered, which is bizarre because, you know, he could make a really good sum of money in all these years and stuff like that, but he's just like, oh, I can play. Yeah, sometimes I play. Oh, monthly finals. Yeah, I'll play this one. And
maybe his last name
attitude,
is,
you know what I mean?
You know, but maybe it's like his name is Faust Mercedes, and he's not actually concerned about the money side of it.
yeah, he's just playing. He's just like, this is just playing ladder for him, if you know what I mean. Yeah, it's always been quite surprising because he's been one of those players who's got it in him, but he's never been bothered. I mean, even like when he makes these monthly finals, he doesn't even post it on Twitter or anything like that. He'll just be like, he'll just keep going about his day. Which is scary as an opponent of him because, you know, even that in itself, just not caring, it's like, oh, that's a bit scary. Why didn't you care? I care.
And quick congratulations to Stop Motion in the chat, who just made it to Electro Valley. You know what? Let's celebrate all levels of accomplishments. And Stop Motion.
Congratulations.
Well done, dude. I hope you continue to enjoy your Clash Royale journey.
Faust slowly getting back his damage loss here, I think. It's going to be hard for Hasiel to get any more damage now, especially with these Phoenix cycling. He can always poison the bridge Faust to stop anything from killing his Phoenix. And as long as he keeps his Phoenix alive, he's in the clear. But he doesn't here, and this could be what wins Hasiel the game.
921 to 1974. Golden Knight, Bird up high. And a little funky NATO play, maybe trying to predict another card behind that for a big connection.
Yeah, I think even though this damage is in Hasiel's favour, I think slowly but surely, as long as we see some good gameplay from Faust, it's going to slowly chip away one poison at a time, one mine hit at a time. Even a Golden Knight dash at the last second, it could very quickly edge towards Faust here. But Hasiel doing the right things, double lane pressure, making Faust have to think at least, not just have to block everything in one lane. And there's just some good damage on the right side too that Faust is going to have to think about now.
RG right-hand lane to continue the dual lane pressure. Probably see RGs in both lanes here. It'll all depend obviously on how Faust sets up this next bit of defense. Zappy's high.
An early bomb tower, good sign from Faust. You want to get back to the other one as quick as possible, so you'll cycle your bomb tower before you do your skeletons, your other cards. Mulwitch getting a lot of work on those skeletons though, and even taking down that bomb tower a bit faster. 2 quite healthy RGs alive here, so this is going to have to be a good defense from Faust to win.
Mother Witch on the right-hand side too is absolutely massive. RG gets 1, RG gets 2, Pigs in.
Oh, and I think that's it.
Faust just has to go miners and poisons, has to bomb tower here.
It looks like you win, but one mistake. Unless you play perfectly, you don't get it.
And there you go, folks. Hasiel taking down Faust, and that gives Chivas the 2-set win. 3 points to Chivas, SK Gaming walks away with a bagel and might find themselves very close to the bottom of the table here in just a couple of when we look at these results.
And I think matchup of the day is coming next. Probably the two strongest teams that are the same team going against each other. 8 of the top players in the world. It's going to be real interesting to see what happens here. 1 second there, Rich. Are you alright if I just go and fill up my water?
Go do your thing.
Yes.
I'm actually waiting right now for us to see if we can get the standings updated, and there we go. Let's go ahead and see those standings right now as we jump into them.
All right.
And at the moment, you see Hype Boys and SK Gaming bottom of the table. 2 matches played, no wins so far. Hype Boys, having been swept twice, has a -4 differential on sets. SK Gaming -3 set differential. Strangers now with a win. Chivas as well. They're in mid-table. We'll see the Team Queso Tribe Gaming match will be very consequential for those teams, as Tribe Gaming will fall, or as one of those 2 teams will fall down into the actually same thing for the Puigins CALALAS one. So we will have 2 leaders overall in the group from our next 2 matches, and we'll have a very thick middle of the table. But right now, SK Gaming and Hype Boys both in the elimination spot. Now, this is only day 2 of 7 days of gameplay, so lots more room for movement here, but these 2 squads need to find some way to right the ship to make sure they stay in the top 8 and move on to our next portion of gameplay. So, oof, it'll be a big one, and of course you see the 2 CALALAS teams at the top, and that is going to be our very next matchup. CALALAS Puigins up against SK CALALAS. 2 squads, both from the same organization, Puigins, with Mohamed Light, Lucas, Mugi, and Griko. And they're sort of teammates, but not really teammates. Ruben, Sub, Vitor, Adriel, and Pedro. So bangers of teams on both sides here. And I know I am certainly excited to see where they go from here. Speaking of where they go, let's take a look at the overall picture of what's going on with this competition. We are in the first of 2 splits, our spring split, March and April. We'll look at the calendar for that in just a little bit. Then in July and August, our summer split will come back with another piece of our prize pool. There will be a last chance qualifier in December, and then our grand final event, where the biggest piece of this $65,000 prize pool will be distributed. Speaking of the piece of that prize pool, we are currently in split number 1 in the league phase. 6 of these 8 teams will move on to our playoffs, a bracketed playoff with a BO5 format here for this one. $15,000 on the line, where just by moving on to that top 6, you'll get $500 for your team. First place will get a $7,500 grand prize. The $30,000 of that 65 will be distributed through these 2 splits, and then the grand finals will have a $15,000 first prize, as the $35K remaining will go into that portion of the competition. And you know, I am going to be here for all of it. I'm really, really pumped for this. It's going to be a very fun year for competitive Clash Royale on this channel. And those of you who have been watching all day, watching yesterday, or those of you just joining right now, this is day 2 of 10 days in a row. 10 days of Clash from me, 9 of which are right here on this channel. You can see the sub counter going on right here. We're at 98,711. What if we hit 99,000 today? 99K today put us just 1,000 away from the 100K from that silver play button. Would be super cool. Beyond subscribing, if you want to ring that bell for notifications, you can get notified every day that we have Clash Royale here for the next week or so. We have more Queso Cup tomorrow, followed by GKR on Monday and Tuesday. Taking a break from this channel and casting for Royale Masters on Wednesday that you can play in, by the way. You can compete in Royale Masters. You can find information on that at esports.clashroyale.com. Link in the chat right now, both on Twitch and on YouTube. Look at me producing and casting and doing modding in the chats all at the same time. Then next week, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, more Queso Cup right here as well. So hopefully you guys can come here and join for as much of that as possible. But I do say that we're gonna have a whole lot of fun. And then there's also more Clash Royale stuff, not just between the overall community events, but something very cool coming to this channel, something special coming to this channel, and very, very soon. Still in the works, can't announce yet, but what I can say is you guys know I love Mega Draft. So let's go ahead. Let me see if
Oh,
yes,
that'll be exciting.
we do have him back.
I
Yes.
love a Mega Draft competition. Yeah, I'm back here. Also, quickly, I want to say, you remember the person I was talking about who I thought was on Allegiance?
Yes.
I actually I've got 2 likes on my tweet where I said I was live with you and one other person, and that person was Tide. Do you remember Tide? That was the person I was thinking about.
Yeah.
Wasn't he on Allegiance? Yeah, that was him.
I don't think he's
the American on Allegiance.
That's
Wasn't he?
That's so interesting. Hold on, I'm trying to go back. Let me go back and look at CRL EU.
It might have been the second season, but yeah.
But they were out. They only played 2018. They didn't end up playing in 2018. Yeah, because CRL NA and EU became CRL West in 2019, and then Allegiance was no longer involved. Let me go.
You remember the name though, right?
Yeah, I remember Tide, but
Yeah.
I don't remember Tide playing for. Let me go take a look here for a second. Let me go to CRL EU in the fall of 2018.
His banner is the the Allegiance.
I remember him being on Allegiance too, but he's not. For some reason, Wikipedia's not listening. But yeah, I think you're right. Tide was on Allegiance. Yeah. I don't think he ever played a game though. I don't think he ever actually got.
Yeah, sorry to bring that up again. It was zicking me, and then I went on my Twitter notifications, and it was you and him who liked my post. I was like, oh, it was Tide.
Well, speaking of liking SB's posts, guys, if you want to like SB's posts, how can you do that? Well, download an app called Twitter. Twitter, the place where you can get into arguments about nothing and see posts that are sometimes disturbing, sometimes useful. All that and more on Twitter, brought to you by Elon Musk. Go ahead and follow SB on there and enjoy all of his fun stuff. As we are still waiting.
I can guarantee my post won't be disturbing. It'll only PG, family-friendly, great Clash Royale content.
And someone saying, start the match already. I am not in charge of match times. I'm just the caster. But as soon as gameplay is happening, guess what? You'll see it right here on screen. Let's see. Greg, imagine esports team banners in game where you can support the teams by buying them. Imagine that. That would be pretty cool. I would certainly be excited to see that one. And maybe with battle banners that's coming. We did just see for the what was it called, the El Clasico. There was a France banner and a Spain banner inside the game. So who knows where that could go in the future? Maybe we get a maybe we get a Rich Slayton banner, just a guy with sunglasses.
Yeah, you could get different sunglasses for different days. You could customize the colors.
Here we go. You guys wanted Mohamed Light? You get Mohamed Light. A battle of former world champions. 2022 CRL world champion Mohamed Light against 2020 CRL world champion Ruben. Let's go.
Ooh, interesting deck here from Mo. This isn't typical. I'd say this looks like a Jaboose effort at a snipe. You don't normally see Dark Prince and Log Paired, so it'll be interesting to see what he's got. Oh, it could be the Nate deck.
Nate JFL?
So he's going to have Miner, Goblins, Ice Spirit, and then a building. Normally Inferno Tower, but sometimes can be Tesla. But it looks like it could do well against Ruben's graveyard here. You've got the Poisons, you've got the Goblins. It's just a case of whether your graveyard can do more damage against the Poison than your Miners do on the tower.
And Ruben taking his time. You know, it's interesting. I think maybe Ruben, I don't know if maybe the criticism finally came through or he just recognized it. It basically, for a while, it used to be, oh, Ruben, we're going to see RG, Hog, and Balloon. And I feel like he's done a good job of expanding the deck pool or becoming less predictable with his deck pool in this last year.
Yeah, I think he needed to switch it up because he started taking a few losses, and maybe that's why he's kind of starting to play new decks now. And obviously he's got the talent, he's got the skills, we know he can play these decks well. It's just he was quite stubborn, I think. There's going to be a lot of naked graveyards from Ruben, even if he can just get 1 or 2 skeleton hits. He's not going to be able to do too much of the bridge because Mo could play an Inferno Tower, say, and even though you've got those Zappies, Mo knows that, and he's going to play it low. He won't let the Zappies hit the Inferno Tower, and that will end your push pretty quickly.
Why the naked graveyards here, especially given Goblins and Poison? Just because Poison needs to be used offensively?
So if he poisons, he's going to poison anyway, even if you don't naked graveyard. If he Goblins, then you just use your spells. Ideally, you want him to poison the graveyard because then his miners have no punch to them. I can see that miner kind of did quite well there.
Yeah.
And if he does goblins, your snowball then gets a little bit of value. And like I said, your damage isn't going to be from a big push in this matchup. It's going to be if you can get lots of little hits. You're playing your poisons as you're playing your graveyards as you would play your poison. So you're just hoping your graveyard does more than 200 and whatever damage poison does on every single hit.
And, you know, you talk about the difference between a pro and an amateur, and it's understanding some matchup stuff just like that one. So here we go. Inferno Tower played offset to the right, maybe trying to help if the graveyard was played one tile in, and it does get on one little skelly there.
About 180 damage there for Ruben, and that's a successful push. It'll get a bit harder for Ruben in triple when Mo can start doing poisons on his tower and also on the graveyard. So he's just trying to get as much damage as possible there, I think, before that happens.
Final 90 seconds on their way. This graveyard does not get a tank, but one skeleton gets a nice shot on tower. Another one here as well. 12:09 remaining, and Bird's going to take that Dark Prince all the way out as well.
Yep. It's just 200 damage, 200 damage, 200 damage. Mo's just got to keep up with it with his miners, being unpredictable with his spots. But like, Ruben's always got the zappies, so he can quickly retarget. And Goblins on a miner, even when a poison's down on tower, is still actually advantage for Goblins, just because how quick their DPS is. So you'll take your miner out even if the poison is down preemptively. Getting a bit closer now though, as it hits triple. They're being able to be a bit more aggressive.
And I'll keep in mind here, big factor, Mohamed Light not playing a champion in this deck. So the 3-card cycle that makes a lot of minor poisons so nasty right now, not available to him.
I would like to see more Dark Princes used against those graveyards now that we know that Ruben's just going to spend spells every single time no matter what happens. This looks advantage Ruben unless that Dark Prince can splash on. Good tombstone there from Ruben, identifying that the chance of the Dark Prince splashing.
786 to 605. Poison down, 23 seconds left. Graveyard in. Bird on the left-hand side, not really going to be the concern here. Arrows trying to clear a bit more. Spells down to delivery, 436. That's a skeleton hit, a big one. 355 to 562. And Mo forced to spend on the offside tower as well. Miner in. Arrows trying to get enough room for it. 162, 176. Mohamed Light gets the tower down. Wow.
It was always going to be a close matchup in that case. It was always going to come down to the wire, but Mo's perfect defense at the end there. Ruben going all in on that side. I think he should have even saved for Zappies just to retarget that miner quickly, knowing that it might not come down to towers being taken and it go into a tie kind of situation. But yeah, definitely very close there.
And just take a look here at the final moments. Sub will be up next for Mohamed Light. Final 10 seconds, 355. Nice little advantage. The miner comes in, the poison comes in, and Snowball plus arrows both go on offense. And the point being made in the chat, I see, that Snowball with where the miner was played would have won the game for Ruben had it been played on defense.
Yeah, for sure. Little intricate plays in the last second always come down to it. And as a player, you always think, oh, why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? But in those situations, it's just all panic on deck, unless you're Mo and you've been in this situation so many times before.
Well, that's game number 1 for Mohamed Light, and you gotta wonder what that does for the confidence on the side of SK CALALAS. Let's go ahead and jump into game number 2 as Sub, who was phenomenal yesterday. Sub had a really great performance. Big part of his team's success. Let's see what he does here against Mo.
Very underrated player. I see him the way I look at Pedro, the mortar player from Brazil too. He's got it in him. He's very talented micro-wise and could be a big player coming to the scene.
Well, certainly the year where that could happen for either one of these two. Pedro had a really good preseason tournament at the CRL warm-up and then fell a bit short during our first group stage. But a lot of CRL left to be played here.
So it's looking like RG versus the Drill Bomb Tower Musketeer deck. This Monk's going to be very key for Mohamed Light here. In front of these RGs, with an ability used on it, against the Bomb Tower, against the Musketeer, it'll have a lot of good effects.
And
great.
Yeah.
Great fireball there.
And we've seen that fireball reflection on the monk trying to get the support troops behind. No mistake here from Sub in that interaction.
Yeah, definitely shows how confident he is. Against Mo, you know, in a high-pressure situation, doing a fireball to the perfect tile can be sometimes something that you'd say, oh, no, I'll just defend another way. But going for it, good signs.
Drill opposite lane this time. Log E-Spirit.
Such a perfect defense from Mo there. That people wouldn't, I don't think, appreciate the beauty of that. But that timing was perfect to be able to only take one Goblin hit from a log before and then an E-Spirit. Seems like he's going to have not as many good counters, Mo, to this drill. So when it starts getting cycled, he might find himself in a sticky situation down the track.
Firecracker going to be kind of annoying for Sub, as he's going to have to overspend for it a lot of the time.
And this is a classic xAlee's pick. julesy and xAlee both love firecrackers. They can both be so polarizing in matchups. And when you know you've got the chance, you always play it.
And
but this is where this deck comes alive. An ability, bomb towers on it, it's hitting itself, it's counterproductive. And this is where you start getting damage.
Wow, I feel like I never ceased to get amazed. I talked about this a lot yesterday in the stream, but the myriad of ways that the monk can affect any moment of gameplay.
Yeah, it's so polarizing.
Well, you have the knockback, the protection for itself for the super tanking, and the reflection. There's so many different things. And while it might be, this might be kind of controversial, especially to people who are concerned about Monk's power, I like that the number of layers from a design perspective that the Monk has. Are those layers...
the ability to outplay. Yeah. That's what beats the bad matchups. And you don't want rock, paper, scissors matchups. You want, you know, cards that can have outplay potential to where you can win a bad matchup because you've been the better player. So it's exactly what we want to see here, I think.
Design-wise, it might be a little bit too strong, but I like that compared to their champions, which are a card that also has an ability, this is a card that has depth.
Yeah, and you can have a bad monk as well, which is definitely what you need. You know, a Golden Knight Nado on the tower seems to always hit, but if you hit the ability at the wrong time, nothing's hitting the monk. The tower's hitting a lumberjack, and then you've just done one elixir on a 5 elixir card for no reason.
Musketeer not getting tanked for, goes down. And those goblins will do very little. Lead for Sub as we are 40 seconds into sudden death. 2198 to 2064 crosswise.
Great monk there. You're going to need to see some lightnings coming down from now, I think. And then that'll be him getting a lot of RG damage on the tower. Starting to overwhelm. It may take a few more RGs, a bit more of an elixir lead, but I think it's going to eventually come.
2 elixir up right now is Mohamed Light as we go into triple. And see if he can build that lead just as SB is talking about.
Seems like this RG seems a bit of a sacrificial RG. Using the monk behind it pretty much indicates that you're not really going to be pushing too much of it. Instead, just taking the lightning value and going with the RG on the opposite side. And
the second, talking about all the different hard things that are happening for SB for Sub right now. The fact that he can't play drills on offense has been a real problem for him, because that is the only way
he's not got damage, has he? You know, he's just slowly losing, which is the most painful way to lose, I think.
And the bomb tower doesn't get the RG. The log predicts the goblins. The RG turns to the bomb tower late for, well, with their Ice Spirit in there, maybe, I guess. Fireball trying to do something. Log trying to do something. Will a goblin turn away? Won't do it. GG, well played, Mohamed Light. 2 up, 2 down.
Yep, looking good here for CAL PUIGINS, the GOAT team. Seeing Mohamed Light first in COF is always going to be a scary sight, so I'm not too shameful for SK CALALAS right now.
Well, a lot of people in the chat yesterday were like, where the hell's Mo? We want to see Mo. And, he has some teammates who are pretty good too. And they didn't let him get on the board as he was put in the anchor spot both times yesterday. Today, a little crowd pleasing, a little fan service. Getting Mohamed Light out there early, and we'll see if Vitor, for the third man up for SK CALALAS, can go ahead and stop Mohamed Light.
2 good friends here, 2 people who both use xAlee as analysts, so it could be a bit of mind games going into this one.
Here we go. Let's jump right into it.
even just going against Mo in game when you see the one come up for the ladder, the one come up for the global tournament, and you know he's got like 5 of them on each. It's just a scary sight.
And a little sub update, because we haven't seen the counter in a while. 98,738. We are under 300 subscribers away from 99,000.
E-Giant versus Lava here. An elite E-Giant from Vitor. Knowing that the building's going to be out of place. But then his building's also out of place for this E-Giant too, so it'll be interesting what he tries to go with. He goes with a Loon here, trying just to bait the Nado. If he knows that the Loon's going to be Nados, it means his Inferno Dragon gets free reign on that E-Giant. So it'll be interesting to see what Mo does here. He's decided to take the balloon, but then also commit to his offense. I think that was the right decision looking at the damage.
Huge damage here. The Archer's low, not going to get taken off by the E-Giant, but oh yeah, look at that. There's Golden Knights too. And the Valk, just to prevent the Golden Knight from doing extra damage on that Princess Tower.
Our players now are just not even trying to counter it. They're just, okay, you've got a hit. I'm just going to stop you from getting more. I think it's the safest thing to do to counter it now.
Passing the midway point of regulation time, Mohamed Light, 671 HP and some defense away from giving us our first sweep of the day.
Another thing of note here, he's got nothing for Inferno Dragon Vitor. He's only got arrows and fireballs, so to counter it, he's going to have to spend a lot of elixir, something that he doesn't have at the minute. That lava's just going to die straight away. Unless,
let's see, Fireball takes care of business, and the Electro Giant will,
blocking the lane. But this is what Vitor's got to do. He's got to overcommit. I think doubles just came at the wrong time for him, though. A perfect lightning, that's all he needs. I think if that was 10 seconds before, he might have a tower trade there, but not to be today.
I saw someone mention this in the chat, and I think it's worth pointing out. A part of it, when you're talking about the things that make Mo a special player, is the how he never panics. There's never a play I see him make that you can identify as like, oh, that was a panic play that he made there. And you know that defense against the pups and the NATO with the lightning and then pulling it all back. There was never any concern there on his part. It was just like, this is how I'm going to take what I'm going to take, and I'm going to defend it the right way.
I use Morten here to describe a bit of what I feel about Mo. I feel Morten, he just plays the perfect game, very calm, never predicts, never has. He has good micros all the time, just very, very solid. Mo is that, but then also can do the predictions, can do the incredible micros in every situation, and that's what makes him the best, I think. He's got the calm composure, then he's also got the tricks in his locker.
And we just saw Mohamed Light. Maybe it was the extra time goal when you're already up 3, but throwing the lightning on the opposite tower, despite the fact the game was just making sure he gets 2 towers. Now, to be fair, crowns are the final tiebreaker of all tiebreakers. So there is a competitive reason to make sure you get that tower down there at the end, because crowns, if you go through like the other 5 tiebreakers, they are the final one. But still, also, you didn't need both towers. You know what I mean? Mohamed Light taking the King of the Hill sweep in that one and giving his squad a nice advantage going into our second set.
You know what I'd love to see here? I'd love to see Mary going first again. I don't think we've ever had a 6-0 in a comp match. It's always a 5-0, you get the King of the Hill, you get the 1v1 win. But with 2 King of the Hills, I think it could be a world record 6-0 if Mo goes first here.
Well, I'll give you one, because I think I have to double check to see if I'm wrong. I think that Wallace's performance against Nova Esports in 2020 Worlds was 7.
You don't need to bring that up just to one up me.
I think it was 7-0. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. So let me go to the 2020. If I can go to 2020 World Finals, and see if I can find that, because I know he won 7 games. What I don't know is if he went 7-0. So let me go ahead and see if I can confirm that.
He lost now. I hope he lost now just because you've beat me in that.
Well, it's part of my job is just like have a bunch of random information in my head. But let's see. Pain Gaming, Wallace.
7-1. We're getting a 7-1. We're getting a 7-2.
Oh yeah. Well, the final set that he won against Little Chen, he won it 2-1. But he did win the match. He did win. So it's kind of,
That's
50-50
embarrassing on Wallace's part. That couldn't be me, I don't think.
Yeah, to 2-1 it and not get the clean sweep.
Yeah.
Here we
I'd
go.
be so disappointed in myself.
Lineups for our second set. Puigins, Mugi, Lucas, and they're throwing Mohamed Light as number 3 here. So no chance for the 6-0 for Mohamed Light unless Mugi and Lucas go down early. So there's a chance, actually. There's a chance that he could get the opportunity. Pedro, Adriel, and Ruben as the 3 coming out here.
And you've also got to remember Puigins, just like SK Gaming with julesy being the backup player, they've got Griko as well. So that can also help.
Yeah, they've got a world-class player as their backup player. So we did see some Griko yesterday. Phenomenal as always. Talking about SK CALALAS' lineup here, you have some young blood, some young stars. And you were talking about Pedro earlier. We're going to get our first look on the day at Pedro in just a moment in this first matchup against Mugi. Talk to me about your thoughts on Pedro. It seems like he has nothing but upside right now as a player.
Yeah, honestly, I think he's similar to what Igor was like 3 years ago. He was the Motor 1 trick on ladder that's came up, but just such good micro that it can be translated into other decks. So I think it's like similarly to Igor. If he can become a comp player, then nothing's going to stop him, I don't think.
So here we go. 2021 world champion up against a guy who has a shot at being rookie of the year this year. Off to a decent start.
We've not saw too much of Mugi recently in comps, so it'd be interesting to see if he's at his top level. I'm going to presume he is because he's Mugi, but you never know.
Well, Mugi did have an unfortunate Swiss bracket in our first monthly final, our first monthly qualifiers. I don't expect that to be the norm.
Definitely. No, you see over time these players average out. They're always at the top. That's why when always people, complain about matchups, complain about this, that, there's a reason that Mo, Mugi, they're always there. It always just comes down to skill. Looks like we're seeing RG versus this Mega Knight deck here. I think advantage Pedro, slightly matchup-wise, but anything can happen.
Mugi currently, even despite that slip, ranked 96th overall on the CRL rankings for the year, which is, significant number of spaces back behind my co-caster SB. So at the moment, SB higher ranked in the world than the defending world champion.
It is confirmed, guys. I am better than Mugi. You heard it here first.
Pedro sharing that 17th position with SB on our current CRL rankings.
You need to stop it, Richard. You're making me blush.
What do you think I'm doing? I mean, I need to wait till you're back on camera to really get the full effect, but...
Yeah. Please don't. I'm too red right now. I think double now, definitely advantage for Pedro even more. Mugi needs to get his damage in single. He's just going to have too much control of his monks, his fishermen's in the middle, and eventually one big RG push or a few will just eventually get a lot more damage over time.
Sets up fisherman very low. Bandit cycles opposite side for Mugi. And both players playing pretty slow here to open up. Nothing too aggressive from either side.
No. I think Pedro definitely wants to be playing slow, so Mugi perhaps should have been arguably a bit more aggressive in single, but you can be aggressive and then you get a good defense off against you and you've lost the game, so it's always better to play safe.
So full Wallbreaker's connection right-hand side, and we see Pedro going right with the RG push rather than in support of his strong side and the push that was already there. Can you talk to me a bit about that decision?
I think Pedro was just thinking, I've got a double lane push here, I can take a bit of damage. But it's also, I think he committed too much on that left side, thinking he was going to Mega Knight the right. And now he's taking a bit too much damage because he gave too much value, and then he had to defend both lanes himself. So right idea, wrong execution, I think, with Pedro.
And
although,
now Mugi with
even still, a counter activation and even damage, as Pedro, I'd take that anyway.
Let's see if the elixir advantage for Mugi can tip the scales his way as we go into the final 90 seconds.
Yep, these fishermen for Pedro pulling the Mega Knight into range of all three towers are going to be key going forward. Great ability there, stopping every single charge, or else that monk would have just been melted.
Monk now gone. Wallbreaker's trying to slide their way through. Log will prevent. No, one does connect.
One hit. RG here. Might get 1 or 2 hits. Maybe more than that, I think. Unless this... Oh, great fisherman there. Pulling the E-Wiz. I think a bit unlucky from Mugi. Phoenix stays alive. Slowly turning in his favor.
Now, full Phoenix right behind that one. Monk deep in enemy territory, able to get the reflection and put some more damage on that Princess Tower, and tanking very nicely for the E-Wiz. Phoenix will go down on Mugi's own territory as he has given up the lead here, 690 to 1190 with 35 left.
It's just going to come down to a battle of the bridges, who can get these better interactions. Now, obviously advantage Pedro given the damage, but it seems like he needs to defend this very well to get the win.
Fireball, Log trying to do something here. Can the Goblins get everything? The Mega Knight leaps in, does
Great
not
defense.
make enough room for those wall breakers. 13 seconds left, 847 to 690. Miner goes, and one tile away from the tower here was that Miner. Wall breakers cannot get through. Fireball down, and that should be it. 483 to 678. Pedro getting one back for SK CALALAS in the opening game.
Great controller from Pedro. Although it looked shaky at times, he was always in control. You can take damage and know that you still got the win. Good all-round performance from him. But Mugi still, good level there from him.
So here we go, taking a look again at those final 30 seconds, and Mugi doing a whole lot to try to get back in this one. The Miner trying to make enough room for wall breakers to sneak through, and you see it almost was enough that Mega Knight almost got away in time to get the Goblins out of the way and sneak a wall breaker through. And then this Miner, just, I wonder how important that Miner being just an extra tile away. You see this finish here, obviously the Fireball making some more room. Maybe if he goes Miner to the bottom outside corner further away from the Fisherman. But either way, it's Pedro able to hold off against Mugi and take that win.
Yeah, good to see that. I think the Log was so powerful in that matchup. You see just the whole lane just getting pushed back. I know that's what it does, but it's underestimated sometimes how good it is, and there's a reason why julesy always advocates for it to be nerfed. I mean, it was nerfed recently in the latest update, but it's still higher use rates than ever.
Next up for Puigins will be Lucas. So see if he can upend his countrymen here in this one. Gilwa, I'll put this on the screen again. Mugi didn't use E-Barb's automatic L. And as a professional player, I want to get your weigh in here on Mugi's mistake in not using E-Barbs.
I can only agree. No E-Barbs, no win. It's how Clash Royale goes.
Pretty
Nerf
much.
E-Barbs. They're so broken. And Hog Rider.
Yeah.
That needs a nerf too.
Yeah, Hog Rider, definitely just take it all the way out.
Yeah.
Actually, Vault Hog Rider, I think, is the real answer here. Vault
Hog
Hog
Rider,
Rider.
Mega Knight. Still too broken.
Let's go ahead and take a look at game number 2. Can Pedro make it 2-0 here against Lucas?
Two of the best players from Brazil here. What? I mean, a lot of good players from Brazil themselves. Looking like Miner from Lucas here. Ghost could mean a lot of things. We normally see it in RG, Drill. Looking like Drill with that Magic Archer there.
And Magic Archer does not get the lineup. Bird takes it out very easily.
I think this is going to be a matchup of King Toe activations here. Whoever gets a King Toe activation could have a real advantage.
E-Wiz,
Otherwise,
another card.
I think
Go ahead.
anyone has a chance.
You know, E-Wiz is another card that has kind of ebbed and flowed. And it seems like a lot of the cards that E-Wiz was meant to counter haven't been as popular as of late. But we're seeing more Electro Wizard happening again, like this last month. And I don't know what the overall shift is. We've talked a lot about some of these shifts. But again, E-Wiz another one that seems to be making a bit of a resurgence right now.
Yeah.
Thoughts on why?
I think it's mainly the popularity of Mighty Miner, I think, for the most part. I couldn't see any other reason why, to be honest. Or it just being the dual popularity increase as well. People will look at dual decks and think, you know, you've only got so many glass cannons, like your musketeers, your archers, so people will play E-Wizards too, and then that surges into ladder. Could be another reason.
Lucas now with a lot of elixir on the board, and the minor prediction right to the E-Wiz. Will it be enough to get any damage on tower? E-Wiz doing a good job actually of tanking all of that. This Ghost, though, is going to go away, and the Phoenix will turn on to tower. So,
and Lucas should get a King Tower activation here versus that Ghost. Looking very good for Lucas. No damage too, perfect timing on that Nado. Usually you can take one hit to get a secure Nado, but players like Lucas have always got the confidence to get that perfect timing right.
Well, you know, that's often, you often see earlier Royal Ghosts played outside, and that Ghost playing from the inside as a counter then gave, you know, that tile difference there. Huge change, and he was able to keep that clean sheet on the right-hand side.
And it's something you just look at as a player and think, oh my god, Golden Knight. It's something you look at as a player with the Ghost and think, oh, they're going to activate King Tower, but there's nothing I can do. You've just got to sit there and watch and know that you're going to be at a disadvantage now.
I mean,
Pedro's starting to pile on the pressure here, though, now.
There is no card in the game that makes me laugh as much as Golden Knight. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it turned a nothing game where it looks like it was pretty clean sailing for Lucas. But that's what you get when you play Golden Knight. You don't play it because you're trying to get, you know, really good nados off, really good. You just play it because it's just got the ability to do it. So it's great for making it interesting for casters, I'd say. But not to be on the receiving end of a Golden Knight last second.
Pedro wisely choosing to eat a bit of damage and protect against the Phoenix rather than try to unsuccessfully stop all of it. Here we go, final minute and 40 seconds. Lucas still with the lead, still with the advantage, but Pedro in this one. It seems like Pedro's Magic Archers specifically have actually been the biggest negative on his side of the board.
Yeah, we saw a lot of good high Phoenixes from Lucas, knowing that he's not been able to deal with it on his Magic Archers. I think he needs to be a bit more conservative with his Magic Archers, play them at the right time. There we go, another Nado. See, the win condition in this deck isn't even drill, it's just Golden Knight Nado. Great skeletons there, preventing a hit. Still, 2 hits is big in this matchup.
Miner to the right-hand side. Ice Spirit doesn't get it. Bird goes left. Will do some damage. Poison on the right-hand side, though. That's the lane that really matters for Lucas.
Pedro looking at building a push-up on the left line now. He might switch up his drill position. There we go. He'll do a Magic Arch to the bridge. Try and get a line up here. Good miner from Lucas trying to prevent it. Pulls the Golden Knight away, allowing the Phoenix to get on. Great plays all around. Good Ice Spirit. This is pretty textbook from Lucas here. And the Bomb Tower. He couldn't ask for a better defense, but he's still at a damage deficit.
And now King Tower activation late for Pedro. 24 seconds left. Just over 1,000.
And here comes a 3-card cycle. Poisons and miners straight away. As soon as he miners, he's back to that poison. High building here, hopefully. Good play. And now he just needs to get a good defense here.
Is there a NATO lineup? Magic Archer gets stopped by the Ice Spirit. Wow.
Problem of not having a small spell on this deck. Those goblins are very pesky. And knowing that you can't play a troop because you've got the Golden Knight, it's just a fear factor that they're winning that game. Otherwise you'd be doing skeletons on that, but no, the Golden Knight just prevents it, even if you don't press the ability.
And here we go. It was pretty close to even here in the final bit, and Lucas got some really good damage. That poison you see not getting the Princess Tower, and that's actually, I didn't even notice that in the moment, but that poison getting the E-Wiz and the Magic Archer, but not getting Princess Tower. So you talk about those minor poisons late.
Yeah.
That one, and again, I need to take a look at what the final damage difference was, but no.
Even if the damage difference wasn't that, it's still psychological. If you look at that tower, that would have been 200 more damage down. You could have had a little bit more, like took a bit more damage on your tower in your defense and had a safer defense, knowing that you have that extra 200 HP lead. So even these things that do happen, if it doesn't look like it matters, it does.
So, you know, you wanted the chance for a 6-0, and SB, now you have it, because Mohamed Light's coming out. Mugi and Lucas both lost, and now, in order to prevent us from going to a third set, our first time going to third set of the day, we would need to have a 3-0 sweep from Mohamed Light. So, what are the odds that you give Mohamed Light on sweeping 1, 2, 3 and closing the game out right now?
Right, I'm going to give it... I think he's got a 1 in 4 chance of getting this. If he beats Pedro, I'd say it was definitely in his favor. Because he'll have that momentum, and he'll have beaten the person that's got the momentum.
I mean, yes. Also, beating Pedro is a necessary condition of all of it. So we'll start with that one. But yes, if he that 1 and 4, I think is it. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you think that Mohamed Light does this? Do you have what are your odds? Do you give on this one? Let's go ahead and jump in. Can he start with the Pedro win, and will that momentum, if he beats Pedro? Let me rephrase that response here, SB. If he beats Pedro, what do you think his chances are of then going for the full sweep?
I definitely think it's over 50%. I bet on Mo beating the last 2 players. He's just too good.
So I'm seeing people giving their odds in the chat. I see a nice 60% from RhinoCraft. I see Mohamed Hani saying 90%. Ghost Peter saying 100%. I see a lot of 90%.
Good king to activation there.
Yeah. Shoddy's Sideman, interesting name there, 30%.
Who?
Dream with a 30%. So, but I see a lot of 60s, a lot of 70s. A lot of people
Looking
out
like
there.
drill versus bridge spam here. A good king to activation early always helps. And Ewa is very big in this matchup too, able to stun the Ram Rider. If you don't have the Ewa, sometimes the Ram Rider always gets a hit. I think we'll generally see most of the action in double here. Both players won't want to overcommit. Both be playing safe.
We're seeing a lot of Magic Archer in this matchup. Much more than we've seen the rest of the day.
It's interesting how different teams are playing different kind of decks. I think it's generally down to we've got one analyst set on one team, and analysts do prefer cards. Like we saw SK Gaming use a lot of Mega Knight. We saw a lot of Graveyard from the Hype Boys, was it? So interesting to see here.
You know, one thing that I've noticed a lot over the years casting is sometimes an individual match or even an individual day of competition will have its own meta, almost.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's one of the more fascinating things about how what's popular can swing and ebb and flow within these little micro pieces of time.
Yeah. Well, before the first monthly finals, Mega Knight Arrows and the minor control deck wasn't even a thing. But as soon as people started having to make dual decks, they're forced to be creative and create different decks. And then they realise, oh, this deck's actually quite good. And then it becomes a meta. So it's interesting how things change. Even from when balance changes happen, they'll keep the same balance changes, but the meta changes because it becomes, you've got to counter the new meta. So it never stays stale, the game.
You hear that? Max and Drew, SB on record saying it never stays stale.
In my opinion, I'm always a glass half full type of guy. So
you and I both.
If you read YouTube comments, you know you're gonna see a lot of hate sometimes. But I think overall, it's always changing, and you know cards are meant to be broken. I think at some point, so it's not a card game, is it?
Actually, that might be the quote of the year when it comes to Clash Royale. Cards are meant to be broken.
I'm full of quotes today. I've got so many tattoos, so many quotes.
Yeah. We should just get the whole transcript of today's cast tattooed on your back.
The new Clash Royale philosopher.
Yeah, I'm also in agreement. I've said this before many times. I think that the goal of balance should not be to balance the meta. It should be to disrupt the meta. I've said that for a long time. And while those disruptions aren't always perfect, that's how you keep a game fresh. So.
I agree.
Cards are meant to be broken. I love that. I have to write that down.
Good cannon caught there, attacking the thing being the magic archer. Bit of an overcommit on that fireball, looking like it's in Mohamed Light's advantage. Do we see a gold knight at the bridge? No, we see a magic archer. That works just as well, knowing the fireball's out of cycle. Good damage there, and I don't think he's going to have to face much of a counter attack. But this is where the monk comes into its own.
All right, it's official. It's been tweeted. Cards are meant to be broken at SB.
I'd have to give that a retweet.
Mohamed Light, 200 and change HP. Pedro just not able to break through with these Ram Riders.
The E was so key in this matchup, stopping the Ram Rider lots of times. Are we going to see a Golden Knight dash here? I think it's hard to stop from Pedro. There we go. That's game.
And cannot stop
what
this
are the odds now?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Step one. Step one in.
It's happening.
Oh boy. Is there a 6-0? Is there a 6-0 in this game?
Like, whoever's this next player against Mo now is just thinking, oh, please, please, good matchup, please.
And we'll see what happens. SB, the Aristotle of Clash Royale, says one of our comments.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
It's better than being washed or something like that, you know?
It's certainly better. Let's see. They should make... Oh, this is actually maybe the hot take of the day from Yo Yo Yo. They should make balance changes secretly and let the players discover them. That would make the game fresher. That would definitely be that'd be bad for content creators. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe, like, would content creators discovering the balance changes possibly be good for content?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like as a player, I have lots of bias. When I see a card gets nerfed, I refuse to play it. Like, when the Phoenix got nerfed last month, I don't think anyone wanted to play it for the first few days, but then, you see, it's still the main card now. As people think, oh, it still is good, actually, I'll keep playing it. So that could be an interesting way of not having that bias there and just letting the meta become what is good.
Honestly, I do not hate that suggestion at all. Of all the suggestions I've seen in balance in years of chat on YouTube, they should just do it secretly and let us discover them. Might be the most innovative that I have seen yet.
And then you wouldn't have all the complaining, you know, it'd just be, oh, it just happened. We just flicked a few numbers around and sorry, guys.
You wouldn't have all the complaining until, like, someone opens it up and they're like, 3 Musketeers is 6 Elixir? What's happening?
Their only one deck that they've got max has just been absolutely nerfed to oblivion and they don't even know it. They just keep on losing and they don't know why. Mo playing one of his typical decks here. Either Mortar, Hog, or we've got a Minor Wall Breakers. Looking like Minor Wall Breakers. Could have a Mortar in here. Adriel playing RG, bad looks of it. This is one of those things where you think, oh, RG slightly has matchup, and then Mo just plays perfectly, and you think, no, it doesn't. TIKIS here coming down. Another comp deck that you don't see much on ladder, but because of the Archers meta in comp and duels being a thing, it fits really well.
And that is one danger, I think, of people taking decks from competitive, especially when you're talking about CRL with dual mode and things like that, is that there are so many decks, as you say, you've said it a couple times, that a comp deck versus a ladder deck. And there's unique conditions when you're playing competitive versus when you're playing ladder.
And even in your dual set, you might have one deck that's really not very good, but it only works with certain conditions, like, say, Fireball out when you're playing, like, a Royal Hogs deck. Those types of decks will only work with, say, meta cards not being in play. So you've got to think, why are they playing this in the first place before you think, oh, I should play this and give it a go.
Well, you know, one of the I can't remember who told me this. I remember there was some deck that I was playing, and I was playing in my normal mid-ladder purgatory that I've been stuck in for many years, and I was struggling with it. I wasn't actualizing in my head why. And someone, I can't remember who it is, gets credit for this one, I'd point out. They said, well, you're playing a deck that has no real great way to counter Hog Rider. And you're playing mid-ladder, and you're going to see so many bad Hog Rider decks. You got to have something for it.
And that probably would have been played in comp, because Hog Rider's been played, you know. You see a lot of people using, like, Delivery Poison when you just play Delivery Log, but Delivery's only going to be good in this certain matchup under the conditions that have already been played. So it does happen. A big minor connection, not a minor connection, a Wall Breakers connection from Mo early on here, get him in the lead. I don't see him losing from here on out. It looks like it will go to 2-2, unless the Caster's Curse comes into effect. The one saving grace here for Adriel is this Mother Witch there. If he can get a good Mother Witch down, even with the poison, it can do a lot of damage. A nice prediction on those archers there, but it doesn't come down in time. Mo is stretched a little bit thin here though. He could be in trouble.
We'll see. Will he be in trouble?
Nah, he won't.
No. It's a pretty significant push going to build up here. Zappy's in front of the giant skeleton, though. Flying Machine does not get onto the bomb tower, courtesy of some nice goblins, so well defended here by Mohamed Light. It seems like now for Mo, yes, some more damage is nice, but that he can pretty much sit back and play defense here.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be setting up his bomb towers. He's going to be never poisoning on offense, really, unless it's like a very good poison. He'll always take the poison on the Flying Machine or the Mother Witch, depending on the situation. A lot of safe plays overall, I think, and he'll be okay. A really nice bomb tower there. Takes out the Mother Witch. A lot of players would just play that in the middle and then have to deal with the Mother Witch after, instead utilising the bomb. Another good play from there.
Final minute, triple elixir. Zappy's down. Miner goes in to help against the Fisherman.
Yeah, another just safeguard play, knowing that, you know, you've got the damage lead. I'll just play a miner on something that could possibly have an offensive value.
And that's so, I mean, that's so fascinating. Playing
even those defensive miners there, you see Morten and Mo do them all the time. They're always playing defensive miners. You know, it's got the same HP as the Knight, just does a little less damage. So if you had a Knight in that situation, why would you not play it in the back?
That's such a perfect way of framing it. If you had a Knight in that situation, you'd play it in the back. That's just...
Yeah.
Gift for context there, SB. As we go into our final 12 seconds. That ghost trying to escape. Not going to do it. More wall breakers for more pressure. And look at what we have here.
Adriel Mo performance. It's one of those matchups where it looks so easy. You think, oh, that would have a really good matchup for Mo. But you put yourself in that situation, playing against Adriel, and you'll find a way to crumble. You'll just get overwhelmed in some way, some little micro thing that you've done differently to Mo, and it changes it completely. So you've really got to admire. I know it's said enough, and everyone knows how good Mo is, but every time you watch him, it's just beautiful.
Does Mohamed Light finish this sweep? What do you think, folks? I have a great question here from Spartan. And SB, this is a question that can be that is probably the most important question. Mo's clearly number one player on the planet. Who's number two?
See, I know everyone will think Morten, and I love Morten to bits. I mean, I helped him at World Finals, but I don't see him as number two. I don't think. I think it's got to be Lucas or Mugi. I think one of those. I think natural talent-wise, micro-wise, it's Mugi or Lucas. And I'd probably go Lucas recently, just based on recent performances. I would say top four is Mo, Lucas, and then Morten currently, but Mugi on his day would be 3, and then Morten would be 4, I think. Morten's just another beast in front of on stage, and he's just so routined with it that I think that's why he faces a lot of success. Also, being very good at the game.
So here we go. Ruben, can he stop the Mo train? Or will it be a carry, a hard carry by Mohamed Light?
So we saw a matchup similar to this in CRL actually, from Mo was playing the E-Giant side, like he is here, and Chetty was playing the Pig side, and Chetty actually won. But Chetty actually said that he shouldn't be winning that, and he don't know how he did. So I think Mo should have the advantage here. He practiced this matchup a lot in the weeks leading up to the monthly CRL because he knew he was playing Chetty. So I think Mo can get this win.
Well, we have a few minutes left to figure out if that's going to be the case. The reverse sweep, or do we go to a third and final, which would be our first time doing in-game duels on the day?
Slow start here generally, although I do find that Ruben as a player is quite aggressive, and that explains it with the early Royal Hogs at the bridge. A sacrificial E-Giant there from Mo. This could be a scary push knowing that he doesn't have a great lane block, and those arrows are always going to provide extra.
And
what a NATO there from Mo.
I mean, an excellent flying machine to predict that cannon, and I would arguably say a better NATO out of Mohamed Light to deal with that prediction.
Yeah, it was so unorthodox, you know, no one really think of that, but he's been really getting used to his goal, and not looking good here for Mo though. Needs that Phoenix to pop.
Very unfortunate burst of the Phoenix to push the Royal Ghost right onto tower, and is able to catch the flying machine, but 1400 HP on Mohamed's side, and he has not really done anything of significance the opposite way around. But a phenomenal block on that.
Nice pick up there.
Wow.
Unfortunately, though, the nado doesn't help. I think this push might be too hard for Mo to deal with. We might be seeing it go into set 3.
Flying machine plus pigs. Cannon now.
This is so scary for Mo. And the fact that he has arrows just always makes Bomber a card that can't be played very much.
And NATO trying to pull. Flying machine connects. Ghost does not. 670 to 2016.
And that's what hurts as a player. You finally get the defense off. You're at 4 elixir, and then they play a giant skeleton in the back, and you know it's all going to happen again.
We have not seen any spell play for damage spells yet from Mohamed Light.
Another pick up here, but I don't think it does anything. A good golden eye though. 2 giant skeletons. This is going to be very hard for me to defend.
Cannon
especially with no golden knight in hand.
Oh boy, and some of the pigs go around the cannon due to the body blocks. So looks like we are going to be going to a 3rd set, first time on the day. You have to imagine you know who will be coming out on the side of Puigins. The big question for SK CALALAS will be, who do you send out for a dual mode battle against the guy who is the king of duels? We'll find out in a couple of minutes.
I think as a coach here, you've got 2 options. You've got Ruben with the experience, or you've got Pedro, who's got the 2 wins in this matchup already.
Well, we're seeing a lot of love for Ruben in the chat right now. Ruben the GOAT now. And you know, I keep on putting some tough questions to you. I'll put another tough question to you here. Not talking about best right now, but when you're ranking all times, right? Mm-hmm. And not just what they were at their peak, but you put their whole career into perspective. I think we can go ahead. Mo's the greatest of all time. That legacy is very secured. Yeah. Where does Ruben and how else do you rank the greatest, like the all-time list?
I'd go Mo number 1, Surge 2, just because Surge was the early Mo, but Mo's been better, I think, overall. He's been at a higher skill, obviously with the progression of Clash Royale, but he's done more revolutionary things. 3, I don't think you could rank them definitely. I think Morten is definitely in the top 5, but due to him not getting the number 1s consistently, I think he would be towards the bottom end of the top 5. I think you've got an argument for xopxsam in the early days. He was always a very scary player to play and had a lot of success with Nova. Who else is there to think about? You've got Mugi as well, a top strong player. Expo Master. There's so many of these top players that were during different times that it's hard to compare. But I'd say top 5, Mo, Surge, Morten, Ruben, and xopxsam. You can choose the order, but Mo goes first. That would be my opinion.
I think that's pretty fair. So now here's the second part of the question. What would Mugi need to do in your eyes, being a world champion, to break into that top 5 conversation? And some people in the chat, I think, would say that maybe Mugi swaps in for Morten because of that world championship. I tend to think that one tournament win, even if it is the world championship, doesn't outweigh like the 5 years.
I think the longevity, you know, the consistency. You know, if Mugi did CRL again this year and was 2nd or 1st, I think he's easily top 5 and he trumps Morten because you know the 2 top 1 finishes would overcome the longevity. But you've got to remember that Morten did it in CRL teams as well. He was one of the top 2v2 players while being a 1v1 player as well. So that's why he was the whole package.
The whole package, indeed. And speaking of the whole package, our package for our final matchup, the deciding set here will be Mohamed Light against Ruben. So we're going to run it back, that deciding game here, and see who can come out on top between these two. Now, let's say that you're on. You're inside the mind of julesy. Obviously, you two are very close, very good friends, talk a whole lot. What do you think? What do you imagine julesy's cooking up here for the match against Ruben?
I think it will be Jebus, but Jebus,
I mean,
I think.
Oh yeah, Jebus.
When you're working with Mo, you just play 4 solid decks, because in duels, especially pre-submitted, when you're going into the thing, you can't snipe as much. Sadly, you've just got to pick 4 solid decks, and your decision comes in when you see what cards have been played. So you can't really pre-snipe. You might have like a firecracker here and there if it helps with the matchup, but overall, your job as a coach in these duels that go into in-game is telling the player in between each game, okay, go with this next because he's used these cards and stuff like that.
And yeah, obviously Jebus with Mohamed Light, brain no make words right sometimes. So every once in a while, you mix them up. Yes, obviously Jebus for that one. On the other side of things, right, with Ruben, how you've talked? Let's go back. We can go back to your friendship with julesy. How do people try to game plan against Ruben or against Mohamed Light? And I know that some people are like, let's just go crazy with decks, and we can do we can make a bag plus EGW combo and throw it in there. But when you have a player of Ruben's caliber, how do you prepare against Mo?
Well, I had this similar dilemma like in this monthly finals, because although julesy's the biggest helper of Morten, I practiced a lot with Morten and practicing the decks because I know how to play what and stuff like that. And looking at the analyst on Mo, you just look at it and think, what do we even do? He just plays everything, and he's not got a weak point. So julesy was saying, oh, what do you think about these decks? What do you think about these decks? And I'm just sat there looking at it thinking, yeah, sure, you just can't do anything. You just got to play solid decks and think, oh, please win. And that's all it comes down to. And I think that's why he's got the fear factor, because you go on his Royal API, you look at all of his duels he's played in his previous games in this serial monthly thing, and he's just playing everything and winning everything. So you can't think, oh, I'll take advantage of this, or he only plays this deck, so I can really help with that. It's indescribable, honestly.
Aggressive Royal Giant play to open up from Ruben. Does he have anything for that Inferno Dragon? And no, he just sends 6 elixir
Ruben,
right into
he's very aggressive early on. I think this Inferno Dragon is going to be very key for Mo. It doesn't look like most RG decks won't have a counter to this. He may have an E-Spirit and a Lightning, but Mo will do a very good job at defending this. I think this is a great matchup from the analyst.
And it's one of those things where, you're talking about that precisely. There's so many times where you think, oh, there's no way that for I think up until recently, you weren't thinking, oh, Mohamed Light's going to run Lava Loon. You're thinking Mohamed Light's going to only run outplay decks as opposed to big beatdown decks. And then he finds these beatdown decks and outplays you with it.
Well, I mean, this is what he did. He was smart about it. He wasn't like the way people had the criticism of Ruben of only playing these decks. He was playing all these cycle decks, and then he picked up Golem in the season where Golem wasn't good. And then he was the best Golem player on ladder. He suddenly learnt the deck. He obviously already had the micros. He only has to learn the macros for these decks. And once he knows what to do in each situation against other decks, he just dominates. And that's why he's become so much better, I would say, as a complete player. He was always good. He was always the top player with these cycle decks. But what's made him undefeatable in this past year is just pure ability to play everything. And he puts in the time. Him and Jibby's put in the time to practice all these decks.
Raju Sakar in the YouTube chat, I'll put it on the screen, asking, why Lava?
I think it's just, it's obviously a snipe, which has worked. I haven't looked at Ruben's analysis, but overall it would make me think that Ruben's playing a lot of Archers decks, less air defense, firecracker decks, and evidently here, well, he has, so it paid off.
Royal Giant does get some significant damage, but is it possibly too little too late here as the Ghost tries to get in front of everything? Firecracker going to be a nuisance if he can get rid of this Inferno Dragon. Does he have Lightning? The E-Spirit comes in. The E-Spirit does reset. RG does get on tower. This Royal Giant, alive. Wow. So here we go.
I think straight away, advantage Ruben now. In a 2-tower game, this Lava becomes a lot weaker, RG becomes a lot stronger, especially when he builds up these Phoenixes. I think this is advantage Ruben.
So
Mo's going to find it hard to commit to an RG.
What an absolute turn.
Sorry. And that's what Firecracker can do in comp. That's why you see it a lot. It has the ability to outplay and change matchups.
Lava Inferno straight down the pipe here from Mohamed Light. 2 Phoenixes on the board for Ruben, plus 2 Firecrackers.
It's just turned into a death gauntlet for a Lava.
They were just close enough for the arrows to get both. So a bright spot in the darkness for Mohamed Light, but can it last enough to get out of the tunnel? We'll see. 75 seconds left.
Mo's doing his best here. He's going to have to do aggressive lavas, aggressive balloons. But Ruben knowing how to counter it and just putting an RG in the pocket when he's got his defenses set up. Not letting Mo do that balloon and that arrows just to hopefully get some death damage from the balloon.
Tombstone.
Could even possibly cycle a lightning on that tombstone and just go for an RG at the pocket. Mo finds it very hard to defend an RG.
A little...
There we go, the lightning cycle. And the RG in the pocket.
Tombstone does pick up, but the Royal Giant doesn't get a shot. It
One
does.
hit. There we go. Mo's going to have to cycle archers here and hope for a lightning block, but I think that's a bit too early.
Yeah, and now Ruben knows exactly what's coming. GG, well played. Ruben takes game number 1. SK CALALAS now with match point.
Committed quite a few good cards there. Using Fireball Archers in your first decks tells a lot about your other decks that you're going into it, so... With Ruben not using too many crucial cards, I think the only crucial card he's used there is the Phoenix. He's got a lot more options going into game 2 and 3.
Miner or Hog both will probably end up going Musketeer rather than Archers if we do see one of those. And maybe Drill from Mo here in game number 2.
Yep. Looking like RG though with that E-Spirit.
Yep.
Good time ghost there. Sometimes one can get a connection if you don't get a quick ghost off against those wall breakers. Ooh, unlucky with that native activation there. I think if Ruben has the bomb tower, this looks good for Mo, especially with the monk.
Acknowledging that mistake there as the 2020 World Champion. Really put Team Queso on his back throughout that competition. Needs to put SK CALALAS on his back right here with 2 chances to win the match.
Mo going aggressive here, knowing he could probably get the defense off with an E-Spirit and a Barb Barrel. Although he has used his Barb Barrel now, so it's likely we see the wall breakers coming from Ruben. There we go. That'll get 1 hit if he doesn't add anything. There we go.
And now more pressure. Mo going very low on Elixir here, down to 1 to support this push on the right-hand side.
Mo taking advantage of that as well. He knows his Elixir. That Fisherman will get enough damage for that to be worth it now as well.
Musketeer to clean up, but now Muskie high out of sequence.
You could even see an RG at the bridge here. There we go.
And more than happy to play that the way we just saw. And 1 shot here. Forces the NATO out instead. Elixir advantage. Now leaning more towards Mohamed Light. Pressure on. And
1
still
shot
gets the
and
shot.
The Elixir advantage. Beautiful play there from Mo. I think the Musketeer was a bit of an overcommit on that Fisherman. He might have just had to take that damage. Because in the end, it results in more. Wow, lovely wall breakers there.
Wow. Golden Knight does slide through.
These little plays are the difference between the top players and your average player. They'll have in their mind, he's going to use a Fisherman here. Another beautiful NATO as well, stopping the monk from getting its ability off.
Yeah, you were talking about the wasted monk ability. We saw it right there. E-Spirit does get from the Miner to the wall breakers, so stops the connection. But we are starting to feel a sense of momentum moving towards Ruben. Can he maintain that as we go into sudden death?
He's playing like he needs to win from this position when you're down. You've got to make these committal plays that could win you the game, but could also lose you the game. When you're in a position where you're losing anyway, that doesn't matter as much.
Huge full send, left-hand lane. Both wall breakers will connect. Can the Golden Knight and the Miner beat out this Royal Giant? Monk and Barbarian on tower right-hand side. The Golden Knight dashes away,
oh my God,
trying to swing. 72 HP left. Mo gets it done.
To reconnect.
Woo! Game number 3 coming, folks. Let's do it.
And Ruben did exactly what he needed to do. He had to go out on a limb and hope for something. That nado was perfect to bring the fisherman to it and get that dash off.
Man, Ruben almost got it done. And now we go into game number 3. Best of 1 to decide who will take control for the moment of our league. Who will take control of that first spot and who will fall into the middle of the pack.
Seeing mine here from Mo as well. Pretty textbook stuff. I can see a hog earthquake coming from Ruben though, which could be good. It's looking like we see it. But Mo with this minor control deck, he's the type of player who doesn't make mistakes, so we can play it. In this matchup here, Ruben's not going to have much chance to get hod damage, so his main point of contact for the tower is to get those mortars with a mighty miner in front. That's the one thing that Mo will struggle to deal with.
Keep an eye out if Ruben does go mortar in the middle. Mohamed Light pretty consistently pulls off that King Tower activation. And he is playing skeletons, which makes it easier and not more elixir efficient.
Ruben knows this is a tough matchup, so he starts cycling his earthquakes early, hoping to get a little bit of the damage lead going into double. He does struggle very much though to deal with this Golden Knight nado.
Archer's low, and that's
ability there.
Wow. And that's one way to deal with the Golden Knight nado. Perfect timing.
This looks quite good for Ruben here. If he gets this earthquake off, he might get a few mortar hits.
And he goes to 0 to make it happen.
Nice Ice Spirit there. Mo knew it and did the miner straight away.
This is absolutely masterclass stuff between two masters of their crafts. 2190, 2646. As we enter double elixir, the lead for Ruben.
This is where Mo comes into it. His control deck in double have a lot more leeway. He'll get a lot more minor poisons down. King Tower activation here for Mo. Shouldn't take any damage. Perfect as always.
And maybe just a little bit too much elixir available for Mohamed Light for Ruben to try that move. You saw what he was trying to do, right? He was trying to force the expenditure on the hog and get the mortar connection.
Solid defense somehow. It looked a bit shaky there, but he always pulls it off. Ruben doing everything he can though to win this matchup. A nice little lane switch here. Some players are hesitant to do that, knowing that they've got damage on the other side, but it's necessary.
Log chip 1970 to 2422. Golden Knight doesn't get the dash again, so Ruben one step ahead of these Golden Knight dashes. The question is, will it matter as we go into sudden death and Mohamed Light takes the lead?
And as we see there, that miner gets guaranteed damage because you can't defend it, because you know that Golden Knight will then get a dash because you place troops around your tower. Do we see a Golden Knight at the bridge here because of those guards?
And a very cheeky play with the miner to the back that time around. Poisons them off instead, does Mohamed Light. This lane switch not quite getting what Ruben wants.
It's allowing Mo as well to just defend conservatively, knowing that he's got the damage advantage on the left side. Mo slowly chipping away now with these minor poisons. And minor poison with the 3-card cycle of the Golden Knight in triple elixir. Just cycled poisons. You can sometimes have 2 poisons on a tower at once with 2 miners.
And again, loading up this left-hand lane. Hog Rider to the right-hand side. Bomb Tower goes to the middle. Archers splitting their focus on the Phoenix and the Bomb Tower. Hog won't get it, but the Mortar has a chance to retarget here if the Golden Knight gets off the board, and it doesn't.
Ruben doing everything he can here, applying pressure, but Mo just dealing with it very well.
Here we go. Mortar to the middle. Hog might get a hit here, and it does. Mortar connects, new Hog down.
This is where average players crumble, but Mo stepping up to the plate, perfect defense every time. And with a counter-attack to get a minor poisoning. This looks wrapped up here for CAL PUIGINS, and a great performance from Mo again.
You know, I would say, was it ever in doubt? But the reality is, it was. It was in doubt for a couple of moments there, and in the end, Mohamed Light once again proving his class, once again proving his level, and once again taking the top of the table.
What's Mo gone today then? He's gone 7-2. Just similar to Wallace, eh?
Yeah. Right.
Another top performance against the second top team as well.
Very similar to Wallace, and we should have the standings up here for you in just a moment. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the top moments from that best of 3. I think I have them loaded up here correctly. Here we go. Here's one of them. I think this is from a little bit earlier. Nope, that's the wrong button. Did I?
Rich, I may have to love you and leave you as well as chat. It's getting a bit late for me now. It's nearly 4 AM, so I might have to call it for the night.
You know what? You're more than appreciate the time that we've had with you. I think we do have our scoreboard ready. We'll look at those replays in a minute. But here we take a look. Puigins, top of the table right now. SK CALALAS drops into the middle with Chivas Esports and Strangers. SK Gaming and Hype Boys down at the bottom. And now we'll see Team Queso and Tribe Gaming, who can join Puigins up near the top and who will fall into that middle spot. SB, it's been, I know I've appreciated it having you here. I know that the chat has loved having you here. You're welcome back. Honestly, absolutely anytime. Take a look at the Queso, at the lineup for the Queso Cup for the next couple of weeks, and let me know when you want to come back on, because you're an absolute pleasure to have on the cast. Any last thoughts on the day before you go get some sleep?
No, I just think it's just proving again Mo's dominance in Clash Royale. I think it's great to see. People argue that it's not good to have one person at the top all the time, but I think until someone can match him, why not, hey? But yeah, thank you for having me on. Thank you for the chat. A lot of kind words. So I'll definitely be back on soon. I've really enjoyed this casting, so it'll happen again.
It's a blast.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, go get some rest. Everybody, one more time for SB in the chat. If you didn't already, I'll put his Twitter link in the chat. Go ahead and follow him, and we'll see you back here again very soon. And then there was one, and now you just all you get is me, guys. No more predicting every single move or giving the full in-depth. But I promise you guys, we'll get SB back on here as soon as we can, because this was tremendous today. And speaking of tremendous, take a look at this: 98,783, 217 subscribers away from hitting 99,000 today. So if you're watching right now, you enjoy what you've seen so far, hit the sub button. Let's see if we get 99,000 today. That would be absolutely crazy. It would be super, super cool. And maybe within the week, between the 10 days of Clash Royale that I'm casting in a row, we could hit 100K this week. Could that happen? It would be very, very cool. Let's go take a look one more time at I think we saw the standings up. Nope, we're not on the standings anymore. Take a look at our matchups for the day. We are going into our final match of the day, folks. And again, we are back here tomorrow, same time, same place. Hit subscribe, turn on notifications so you don't miss it. But the last match of the day today, Tribe Gaming against Team Queso. That's what's coming up next. Tribe Gaming with their roster. Tribe, of course, the NA organization. The Tribe Gaming roster bringing Wallace, Sandbox, Betfas, and xAlee. Let's go ahead and jump into our first game here as Team Queso opens things up with one of the all-time top 5, Surgical Goblin, joined by Javi 14, Bale, and Kodigo on this Team Queso roster. Big thank you to Randy's World and to all of you for the support. Surgical Goblin seeing a bit of a resurgence in his gameplay as of late. Made it to the group stage on our first monthly final. Went 4-2. Just barely missed on some tiebreakers. What does Surgical Goblin have in the tank for this year? In what ways could he add to his legacy? Seeing him at World Finals this year would be tremendous. Certainly putting the time in again. Little slowdown here between these two. And there we go. Now a little something out of the minor play, caught by those zappies. Mortar Miner in all its forms. Expect Poison as the big spell on this one. The Mortar Miner in all its forms, quite popular. And that's one of the big questions here is, what does Miner need some sort of nerf so you don't see it all the time, or is it just a factor that Miner is the most interesting card in the game? Is that really what it is? Because it's the most dynamic, the most versatile. It fits with just everything. I think the game is better for having Miner in it and for Miner being viable. And Ali going to this mirrored version of Pig's Arrows. So we've seen a little bit earlier today, back with our last match of the day, seeing it come back in. Pigs to the left-hand side. Mortar will pull 3. Archers will take care of the 4th. And you talk about those defensive miners. We see Surgical Goblin using one right there. Keeping the mortar on the board, knowing how important it is to control and pull to the middle space against these Royal Hogs deck. And as the mirror comes in, second mortar down. (16-24 to 24-16). Little mirrored towers as we go into the final 90 seconds and change with sudden death overtime. xAlee, the Argentinian, 83-58 personal best on Legacy Ladder. Best ranked position, 51st. Achieved last year. And the Miner just chipping away on behalf of Surgical Goblin. Has really just shut this whole thing down. This is one of those times where you understand the idea behind the mirror, but would something else have been a little bit more valuable in this matchup? Lots on the board now. Zappy split to the left, one to the right. Full pig set on the left-hand side. Once again, protecting the mortar is that Miner. Second mortar should be back into play here fairly soon. Doesn't need it quite yet. Gets it down in preparation for the next Pigs push. And here we go. The 3-card cycle for another mortar in a moment. Log first, mortar second. Mortar goes high. And just a very nice Miner to take a threat off the board. No need to put any more damage on the tower right now. Just prevent anything from being significant coming from Ali's side. Surgical Goblin, Poisons to cap it off. GG, well played. One of the all-time greats. Start off with a great deck pick and a great performance. I just realized I need to reconfigure my, or I need to at least reconfigure my brain for the overlay, because I could just, I want to go to here, but there's no SB anymore. My finger's been going to this button that goes, hey, look, let me bring up my co-caster. But he's gone. So now just me. And oh, I see that. Ooh, let's watch that counter for a second. 98-793. Let's go. All right, so Surgical Goblin taking game number 1. Let me take a look at the, I don't see the lineups in chat here. So unfortunately, I don't know who's up for him next. On the side of the opponents, Tribe Gaming, of course, we already saw Ali. The other players for Tribe Gaming, Wallace, Sandbox, and Betfas. And really, any one of those three is a, oh, wrong button. Any one of those three is a viable candidate to be put in right now. Let's see. The name Surgical Goblin is so cool, says TGM737. Yeah, I feel you on that one. What is the name of Molight's team? I always say Puigins. I guess it's CAL PUIGINS. I've seen it done a couple different ways. I think Puigins is what they're saying. But why is there an I there then? You know what I mean? Did Vitor play today? Yes, he did. Vitor played earlier. Go ahead and rewind if you want to see that action, or come back tomorrow to see him as well. So there you go. So here we go. Surgical Goblin, Sandbox, game number 2. And they will go ahead and get that overlay fixed here in a moment, folks. But it definitely is Sandbox, as you can see, top of your screen. Going with the RG against Mortar will be tough out here for Sandbox to break through. Mortar Hog, and look at the expenditure. 6 elixir spent to contend with that. Interesting choice here. Mortar Delivery Hog from Surgical Goblin. So a little off the current Hog meta. And Sandbox going very low on elixir for that push. And now there's about 3 on the board. Has to deal with both sides here. So the Hog's going to get shots because of that Mighty Miner. Sandbox, I think a bit of an overcommitment there. Going down so low. And you're seeing the results of that. Delivery so nice on the cleanup here for Surgical Goblin. We don't see a lot of delivery right now. Still strong, but with how much less Queen there is because of the Monk. And again, the cascading effect of metas. The rise of Monk means the fall of Queen. Delivery really important, a really valuable counter for Archer Queens. You don't see it as much now. And now a little Hog predict on the Goblins. The Skeleton does not distract for the Hog Rider. King Tower activation very late in this game. And this is just a hard matchup situation for Sandbox. Really, really difficult. And Hog still gets a shot before the Fisherman. And the Fisherman pull fail. Luckily, no second shot there. The Ewiz really not doing enough to control these Mighty Miners. Surge, plenty of elixir here to deal with this push. Might need to delivery after these skeletons. I don't know if he will, though. Chooses to take the RG damage instead. And now Hog behind this Mighty Miner. High Ewiz. The log comes in just a step before those Goblins. And delivery, easy cleanup. And there's just nothing for this. Sandbox knows. GG. Surgical Goblin. 2-0 to start your day. If you're a Surgical Goblin fan, you love seeing the way that went. I think a lot of what we just saw there was, at least in part, because of the over-aggressive play of Sandbox. Sandbox has been pretty aggressive overall. And he played that one really, really overly aggressive very early. Joshua saying, how come Surge is repeating cards? Because it's not dual mode. This is just unrestricted King of the Hill. So there you go. King of the Hill does not have, and they don't have any restrictions on the cards in this game mode. It's just King of the Hill. Each team puts out 3 players. You try to eliminate the other 3 players if you can. If you lose, you go down. Goal is to win, to take out the other team all the way that you can. So there you go. How are you? It's almost 3. It's about 3 hours now. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired. I feel like I'm turning in. I'd like to stream. Yes, Nick, you are tuning in a little bit late here. We are on our final match of the day, Tribe Gaming versus Team Queso. But guess what? You could be Sorry about that. I have to remember what button I'm looking at. You could be early tomorrow. So there you go. Right? Don't feel bad. You could be you're not late for today. You're just early for tomorrow. You know what I mean? That's how we reframe it. All right, here we go. Game number 3 will be Wallace or Betfas. I didn't see the lineups. So hopefully they get those lineups up. When's the stream tomorrow? Same time, same channel. Turn on notifications and you will not miss a moment. Drill and Miner. So Miner MK wall breakers for Surgical Goblin. Drill cycle for Betfas with the Musketeer. And that's an unfortunate pop there for Betfas. Down 3 elixir. Lost what he should a Musketeer he shouldn't have lost. And nice use of the ability to stop the wall breaker connection. Bandit still connects, though. And Surgical Goblin playing nice. Going to go ahead and lose his queen here, but that bat's going to do some real damage on the right as the Mega Knight's tanking, and the Goblins don't pull the Mega Knight for Betfas. This looks like it's going to be a King of the Hill sweep for Surgical Goblin. Matchups have been very good for Surge in this one so far, but the management and decision making has been even better. Betfas, the mistake with those goblins, already he was in trouble. You cannot afford a mistake like the one he made with the goblins against that Mega Knight. Going for the King Tower activation, but that fail means you lose 2 elixir, you lose the King Tower activation, and you lose tower HP. A lose-lose-lose situation. Aggressive push from Betfas opposite lane. Arrows cleans up nicely. Archer Queen finishes off the Musketeer. And as we go into sudden death, Elixir lead has shifted towards Betfas. But what hasn't changed here is the damage situation. Wall breakers did not save that queen HP at all. Bomb tower easily takes care of all of it. And a nice Ice Spirit from Betfas to control those bats. Still going to eat a ton of minor damage here. And the queen going to help out with that minor. Going to need to hold his arrows a half step longer. Decides instead it's the Mega Knight plus bats. Trying to control against the Musketeer as well. Bandit connects top left-hand side. 90 plus seconds left. Betfas starting to chip his way back in, but has problems in both lanes, and he misses a fireball. Oh my word. A control prince in the middle. And Betfas doing everything he can, but not doing himself any favors, and he still gets back into this one. 850. Betfas with the temporary lead. Miner does a lot of work on the left-hand side. Bats will add to it. Mighty Miner too late. Man! 41 HP. Miner goes to the front. Ice Spirit won't do it. It really feels like Betfas just kept on shooting himself in the foot. Surgical Goblin. Wonderful King of the Hill sweep to kick things off in this last matchup. Showing up and going great. But Betfas basically shot himself in the foot until it was empty, reloaded, and kept shooting himself in the foot some more. That was not That was not Betfas' great play. He had some good moments, but man, just think of what that game's like if you don't have the 3-4 X mistakes that Betfas made that really put him in a hole. So set number 1, all said and done for Team Queso. Give me 1 second here as I'll go ahead and give you guys a little preview look. Here we go at tomorrow. Remember, we are back for day 3 of this competition tomorrow, where our current leaders, Puigins, will take on our current tied for last place, I think officially last place team in the Hype Boys. That's our first matchup tomorrow, and that is at about 11:30 Central, so 12:30 Eastern Time, 9:30 in the morning Pacific Time. Following that, middle of the table matchup between SK CALALAS and Strangers, who put up a nice performance today. SK Gaming will try to get their first match win against Tribe, who will either be a leader overall or will be in the middle of the pack. And then CHIVAS Esports will attempt to continue with their nice work today with a matchup against Team Queso. So that's your lineup for tomorrow. And I see some questions here. Hail Slayton indeed. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, you like that right there. Hey, 98,823. We're 177 away from 99,000. Can we hit that today before we're done? We might only have 3 more games if there's another sweep. Is there 177 people who want to subscribe to get us to 99,000 today? It would be crazy. Let's see. Lineups for set number 2. Tribe Gaming, Sandbox, Betfas, and xAlee. Queso with Kodigo, Bale, and Surgical Goblin as their lineup. AP says, hey, Rich just subbed. Will Ian and Riley have a chance to qualify for Queso later in the year? I need to look at how split number 2 and the LCQ work, but possibly. I need to double check on that one. Let's see. Open the box. When I hit 100K, we'll open it up. Oh, who's breakfast? Okay. Oh, Betfas. Did I say breakfast or did someone else say breakfast? Should we call Betfas breakfast from now on? That's actually hilarious. Let's see. How are you doing, Rich Slayton? I'm tired. A lot of casting today. Very thankful that we had SB here for so much of it, both for his insight and to save my voice. Day 2 of 10. Sandbox was really hyper-aggressive last game. Will he be similarly aggressive this one, or will he play a bit more of a measured game against the captain of Colombia? Kodigo's had some great moments. A CRL World Finalist in 2021. Again, a longtime CRL pro. A longtime pro, played in CCGS LATAM back in 2017. Made top 4 in Latin America. Led his country of Colombia to 4th place at No Tilt Worlds, an underdog. But solid performance from Kodigo. And the Sandbox aggression paying off early with almost 1,000 HP damage on the right-hand side. Yugi Art with the all-important question of the day. Is Surge back? We'll see. He's definitely showing possibilities. I interviewed Surgical Goblin at World Finals, and he said he made a really good push during the LCQ in 2022 and nearly made it to World Finals. I interviewed him at World Finals, and it looked like he was ready to make a comeback. And so far, he's shown that he's true to that word. That's a good lightning from Kodigo. And those RG shots, not insignificant at all. That's the lead back to Team Queso. Haven't seen a building from Kodigo here, and the Fisherman will be... The Fisherman plus Monk is really nice against E-Giant. A lot of defensive possibilities here from Kodigo to work against these E-Giants. It does feel like advantage Kodigo matchup-wise. No building feels like no problem. NATO to pull back the RG, but the DPS mostly goes the opposite direction. Lightning clears. Cage has to come out one more time. This will be an opportunity for an E-Giant from Sandbox if he can get there, with now the Fisherman and E-Wiz both going the opposite way. Instead, he sets up that defense knowing that a Royal Giant is going to come down right now. There we go. See, I can say when things are going to happen, too. No shots for the RG. Sandbox able to hold on, 14:49 to 20:60. 95 seconds left, sets up E-Giant in the corner. The Monk push here, he will get the reflection and take off the Bomber, plus do tower damage. Lightning 2. Was the Lightning too much from Kodigo, though? He has nothing to defend this on the right-hand side. Fisherman, and then wants to get back to... Yeah, that Lightning's a problem. That was a huge... It's a huge problem. Major overcommitment. Bomber behind here. That's a ton of damage. GG. That's GG. Unbelievable. Unbelievable overcommitment from Kodigo. He horse to the barn syndrome, saw the end of this game in the distance, and tried to sprint towards it, ends up tripping over an Electro Giant. Just not the thing that you're hoping to see in that situation. Let's look at this one more time. Kodigo, great position here. I thought the Monk, and let's go ahead and let's go ahead and back this up a little bit. I thought the Monk was a lot going this way, right? The Monk is one of your best pieces to use against the E-Giant because of the knockback. You have a big damage lead. You have an okay damage lead. But here I thought maybe a bit of overcommitment, but look, your Elixir's pretty even. You have threat on the left-hand side. He has threat. You have 7 Elixir. You're doing okay here, right? The reflection's going to come in. You're going to lose some more. You're going to lose a little bit more Elixir. But again, you're going to take care of most of this on the left, not have to worry about the left-hand side, do more damage, and you'll be able to defend against that E-Giant on the right. But then, boom, he spends that Lightning. So now, you're not going to get this tower down on the left-hand side, right? It's simply not going to happen here. And you're going to leave yourself with an E-Giant plus 5. So you're not just talking about a 2 Elixir deficit. You're talking about a 9 Elixir deficit because of the E-Giant. And we're going to see the problem right there. Yeah, you get some damage. The Bar Barrel comes out. Okay, so let's call it a 7 Elixir disadvantage again. Maybe 8. And then boom. Your primary method of dealing with this is going to be distracted, and it is. And now the Lightning, plenty of Elixir for it. GG. Let's go ahead and jump into our next one. Half step late here. My apologies. I was just so fascinated by that ending. And it's Pump Bow for the second time today. Pump Bow twice today just seems wild to me. And now you're playing Pump Bow against Hog EQ Mortar. The tiniest bit of chip. We saw OP Sam playing Pump Bow earlier today. I don't like it. We don't know exactly if Sandbox is going with the Mighty Miner here or something else. And it is Mighty Miner, so decent mini tank plus EQ. And if Bale pumps, EQ out of cycle, but you just hog immediately, and you're back to a pump to an EQ very quickly. Kodigo no is the best way to say that. Mortar, the second that pump comes down, EQ on the pump. You won't get a mortar connection. You'd lose a slight elixir lead. And back to EQ one more time. You can't outcycle these Earthquakes. Not with how thick this Pump Mode deck is. I guess 2 Spirits. 2 Spirits is pretty fast. So maybe you can. And that's a great Earthquake from Sandbox to get the Goblins off the board and get a couple of hog shots. And he sets up the defensive mortar here. And hogs right into that X-Bow. Just a brutal, brutal matchup of Bale's own making. I'm not sure about the offensive mortars here out of Sandbox. Maybe he's just so not concerned about X-Bows. And it does create pressure. Delivery too. And GG. And GG. Sandbox 2-0. Can Sandbox end Surgical Goblin here and send us to a 3rd set? Second time today could happen. Surgical Goblin up next for Team Queso. Let's take a look at some of the chat here for a moment. When is the next phase of this event? Really great question, in fact. We are in the league phase. We're back tomorrow, and then again, we're back next weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, to finish out the league phase here, the round robin stage. And then end of April, April 22nd to 23rd, we will have the playoffs for Split 1. Best of 5, single elimination bracket, $15,000 prize pool. That's the next phase of Split number 1. Then we go into the overall look on the year for this full year event for 2023. Split number 1 here in April and March. Then in the summertime, we'll get into Split number 2, followed by our grand finals in December. And B, I will show you. I'll answer that question during our next break. And certainly happy to have arrows. And this one is Surgical Goblin. We'll see if he graveyards here aggressively. I don't think he does. And plenty of elixir to deal with this counter push. Sandbox going to let it go ahead and play out as it will. And a lane switch here from Surgical Goblin. Bit of a slower play here, and Sandbox, after being so aggressive earlier on, seems to have settled in to a little bit less of a mean pace. And the Graveyard plus Scaly King ability. Big spend. Not a ton of damage, but enough. And the Snowball tried to go for a prediction there. Surgical Goblin getting a little fancy. The fanciness not paying off on that one. And great archers predict. Arrows come out to get the archers out of the way. And that's a good, the Golden Knight doesn't connect. Great news for Surgical Goblin. Now he has a big counter push on the board. 10 elixir plus a hunter, and Graveyard comes out. Archer's not in a place to play against the Graveyard. Golden Knight and Phoenix trying to do their work. As we've said today, Graveyard does Graveyard things. And Surgical Goblin should have a giant skeleton here again. Instead goes for separation. Nito pulls all that together, and the Golden Knight hits everything that's ever existed. And Sandbox certainly not happy to see that giant skeleton push its way in front of the Skeleton King. No risking use of the ability there from Surgical Goblin. And a great Hunter Snowball to shut that down. 90 seconds, a little under 90 seconds left. Elixir lead going for Sandbox. Slight damage lead for Surgical Goblin. So far, neither player has been able to do any significant, huge breakaway moments. Surge goes aggressive, good block at the bridge. Arrows to get the archers out of the way. Now Graveyard will make this the lane switch game, and that's great. You know, lane switch with Graveyards, often. And that lane switch was very, very good. Now you take Sandbox and force him to play the lane he was not committed to. So all that investment in the right down the drain. And look at that. The snowball. Pure aggression from Surgical Goblin right now, and it's doing what he needs. Zappies. Giant Skeleton to protect everything. He's not going to Fisherman yet because of the Golden Knight, and doesn't need to. DPS does the job. Graveyard, he might even pre-arrows here. Snowball, arrows comes behind, doesn't get the archers. Lightning making things close. NATO doesn't matter. The right-hand side connects instead, and it's the dual lane pressure of Surgical Goblin that ends up paying the dividends as he forced so much focus on the left that everybody, including me, was focused on the left. He goes and gets the damage on the right, secures that win. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of those final moments. Here we go. And I think I just got a raid on Twitch. 23 Clash with Clam. Thank you very much for the raid. Do appreciate that. Let's take a look at those final 15 seconds here one more time. So you see the left-hand side is a concern. Snowball in, arrows in. Sandbox spending everything over there. Gets the lightning down and just ignores the right-hand lane entirely. Just completely loses focus on it. Let's go back there one more time. So you see the Hunter and the Zappies still going to be alive after all of this. The Graveyard push on the left-hand side is going to extend the lead for Surgical Goblin. Arrows don't even get the archers. Doesn't matter. The Lightning, and it's Sandbox just focusing. He needs to get the NATO, but didn't put anything to pick up those troops. And that's it. So here we go. Surgical Goblin keeping things alive for Team Queso. And it is. Josh making a point here. It is super late. It's a super late night for Sandbox. Absolutely true. Hydra C Royale with the Wild. Here we go. Surgical Goblin versus Betfas. Tunnel Vision on YouTube says Yannick. And thanks again, Clam, for the raid on Twitch. Super appreciate it. We are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. So drill spam for Surgical Goblin. We'll use the drill defensively here against this RG. I believe he does. There we go. will eat some damage from this Royal Giant, though. And a nice bar barrel prediction for Surgical Goblin with that Cannon Cart. The Ewis has to come out, but Cannon Cart does a whole lot of work as well, and the Ghost goes to the opposite lane. Really great play on both sides here. Surgical Goblin, though, will come out the better for it with the dual lane damage lead on both towers. People asking why Betfas isn't playing Expo, because Expo is terrible. And it's really bad and competitive. It's a mediocre to okay ladder deck, and it's terrible and competitive. And a great NATO dash plus lineup there for the Magic Archer. And not even worried about Magic Archer connections there on the tower, just worried about the Magic Archer taking care of business. And he just wants his Ewis to survive. Can it? No. Phoenix takes it down. Drill needs to get on defense again. Nope. Surgical Goblin. He might NATO this back. No elixir for it, in fact. So that's going to be a lot of Royal Giant damage here. 945, just like that. Betfas back in the lead. And no counter push from the Cannon Cart. And a little off time. Oh, there we go. Never mind. I thought you already used the dash of the Golden Knight. This is a tough decision-making situation for Surgical Goblin because he wants to use NATO Golden Knight offensively. You see that, right? It's a major way he's going to get damage on that tower. But NATO is such a critical part of defense against the Royal Giant, especially if you're DPSing it rather than trying to block it with the drill. So you have to make a choice of, how do you plan to get your tower damage? Are you getting it from Golden Knight NATO, or are you getting it from drills? And then use either the drill or the NATO as your big defensive tool here. And I think that NATO was a mistake from Surgical Goblin. He's going to take one, just one now, not two. But I think that NATO on offense, unless you're getting the killing blow out of it, you don't play that NATO on offense right there. If he used that against the Royal Giant's got nothing there. Might Magic Archer if the egg goes down. And nice goblins from Betfas to try to predict the Magic Archer. You should Magic Archer this anyway for the tower damage. Does he do it? 1, 2 shots. Surgical Goblin gets it done. We're going to Game 5. Let's go ahead, and I think I got a couple of clips of replays from that one. Let me see if I can grab them. And boom, here's one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the first replay clip here. And I believe that this is, yes, this is the great defensive Surgical Goblin early. He plays the drill defensively. And this Cannon Cart's going to go coast to coast here, I believe. But it's the Royal Ghost, gets a lot of damage on the right-hand side. And Surgical Goblin just eats a lot of damage on this one, but the Cannon Cart connects, forces the E-Wiz out. Betfas has to go to 0 for that E-Wiz. Cannon Cart still gets a ton of damage, and Royal Ghost goes to the opposite lane. So that was a ton of good stuff all there for Surgical Goblin, and may have been a deciding factor in the game overall. Then we go here to the ending, and you see the pressure on the right-hand side. That tower down to 580. And now it's just the dual lane pressure one more time. But it's this Magic Archer. He waits a little bit on it as the goblins do not get the block. But right here, you can even Magic Archer. And yeah, they're right behind. Right after I said you should Magic Archer that. He gets it, lines it up. GG, well played. Here we go. Can Surgical Goblin go 6-0? Mo couldn't do it today. Could Surgical Goblin go 6-0 with 2 sweeps against Tribe Gaming? That'd be some legend stuff. And back to drill spam again. Surge says, hey, it worked once, why not work twice? Loves having the E-Wiz against that Mighty Miner. And Oh, does not get both the wall breakers because one was in front of the other. And that's going to be a double wall breaker connection because of it. So the tiniest miscalculation there, and that does give Wallace the lead right back. Surgical Goblin, good damage on the left, but because that first wall breaker was ahead of the second, not able to get both of them. Does Surgical Goblin have it in this one? Remember, even if Tribe wins, we go to one more set. Surge wins. That's it. Game over. Team Queso joins Puigins at the top of the leaderboard. Not sure what the log was trying to get after there. Maybe it was trying to get after the E-Wiz that might have dropped down on there. Maybe Wallace thought something else was going to come out there and pick it up. And I think we're going to start seeing this more. The E-Wiz just being held to stop minor connections. Now that Surgical Goblin is so far behind, he can't afford to give up any more minors. And a safety NATO there from Surge. Wallace has to play some defense here. And yeah, that defensive minor, you understand the reason. Does the execution get it, though? Very low on elixir right now is Wallace. Surgical Goblin has to watch out for the lane switch with the Mighty Miner ability, then wall breakers here. Instead, you see the poison. Barb Barrel gets it done. The E-Wiz opens the door, though, for a minor play. The Goblins get on tower as the bomb tower changes direction, though. 10:35. We're very close in our final 2 minutes. And a smart NATO from a smart miner from Betfas. Just knowing that at that moment, Surgical Goblin probably wasn't back to his E-Wiz. And if I'm Wallace, I'm throwing more miners here. In fact, at the back of the tower, exactly. Make the NATO not be available for the Golden Knight. Wallace should be doing a lot of that now. He has the minor poison, wall breakers or pressure, but you don't want to give the NATO opportunity, and you don't want to give Golden Knight NATO opportunities the opposite lane. Log plus Goblins. Golden Knight does nothing. Minor there. E-Wiz does catch. Wallbreaker, does it connect? And it does. Oh boy. Poison in. GG. We are going to a third and final set. Almost had the 6-0 for Surgical Goblin. Couldn't quite do it. And now we go to in-game duels. Whew. Here it comes. W Wallbreaker. Rip the 6-0. It's crazy to think how good everybody is, and there's still the skill gap of Mo versus everyone else. That's the craziest thing about it. That's the absolute craziest thing about it. Now, let's go back. I did see someone out there, B-Rad, I think it was looking for, wanted to see if I have any aces out of these discs. And absolutely I do. Hey, Nick, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. But yes, in fact, this disc right here is not just a one-time ace, but it is a two-time ace disc. You see all the wonderful. There's maybe I'll not show that one, but you see all the really wonderful signatures there. Two-time ace disc on this one. Both of them at the Evergreen Open Space course in Santa Barbara. This disc I aced once, kept it in my bag because it's a classic DX rock, super flippy. I'm a surgeon with this disc. And two of my four aces. I've not had an ace since 2007. Have not had one since 2007, but four with four overall, two with this disc. But this disc did get has a little crack in it now. A little tiny crack there. So the disc was finally retired, and now just gets to sit right up here on the wall. On the wall of honor. But yes, I play disc golf a lot. I play like a few times a week, in fact. And I follow the Pro Tour. In fact, I need to check the status of the Texas Texas states that are happening right now, because some friends and I are playing fantasy disc golf on that one. I'm currently in the lead because I picked Calvin Heimberg, Kyle Klein, and Ezra Adderhold, and they finished yesterday in first, third, and third, I think. So, yeah. Good weekend for me so far. Let's see. Set number 2 for Tribe. Let's see. Let me look at some of these chats here. Rich, will SK play again today? No, they will not. SK will play tomorrow. Here's tomorrow's lineup. We're back tomorrow with everybody. SK will be playing Tribe Gaming tomorrow afternoon. Yay, it's Andrew asking, are you secretly LP? No, I'm not, but you can see the RTJ stuff out there, so... Yeah, he did bite my style. Teddy Turner saying Texas getting smacked by Miami tomorrow. That's a hilarious thing for a person to tweet. I've never seen someone want to tweet something that wrong before in my life. Luis Ferreira. Is that how you pronounce that last name? I'll have to figure that out. But Luis coming in, €5. You know a Portuguese guy who can beat me in disc golf? I know some Portuguese guys who are going to get clapped in disc golf pretty bad, in fact. Rich, you take drink breaks. Yeah, usually off camera. Usually off camera. But yeah, here's actually, talk about disc golf. Disc forever, die whenever. Not a sponsor, but I'll plug them anyway. Reaper Disc Supply. One of my favorite online stores for buying disc golf stuff. You can buy the specific disc that you want. They'll like that you can actually get the exact color and stamp that you want. You don't just like buy a disc and then hope whatever they send you. Yeah. So like you see the disc you want, you buy that one gets sent. He sends you a little note, sends you some stickers along with it. So yeah, I do drink water from that water bottle. Awesome in Southern Wisconsin. Can't wait to get back on the course. Oh, what's the difference between last weekend's tourney and this weekend's Queso Cup? Good question, Joe. And that can be answered by going to esports.clashroyale.com, which is right here. But more specifically, last weekend was Clash Royale League, which is the official league of Clash Royale. That's the pro league. This is a community event run by Team Queso that's supported by Supercell, but is not the official league. So you have like the tour, which is CRL, and then you have other community events like this one. Let's see. In-game duels, final set. Coming up in a minute, Sandbox versus Bale will be what it is. Rich, show your shirt. Just a Clash Royale esports shirt. I have I think 100 of these in my garage that when I get to do an in-person event, I'll be having those as giveaways. When will that happen? Not entirely sure. Can I beat Surgical Goblin, though? In disc golf, yes. In Clash Royale, absolutely not. Let's go. This is it. Last match of the day. Best of 3 in-game duels to decide who here will continue to be undefeated and join Puigins at the top of the table, and who will drop to the middle of the pack like everybody else. So keep in mind, folks, this is in duel mode. You can see the duel tracker on the top left. So no repeated cards. And unlike what we saw last year where duels were all not in-game, they were regular duels where you only have to prepare 3 decks and you can adapt your decks in Game 2 and Game 3 based on what you've seen. These are in-game, so they're pre-submitted. So not only do you have to decide your decks beforehand, but you have to build 4 viable decks because that's how in-game duels works, rather than just take your card pool for 3. And that 4th deck really changes your deck building overall. So interesting, 2 different takes on minor wall breakers. One very quick with the cycle. One a little thicker. One moment, folks. Final minute incoming. Spartan Stiff asking, is there a chance of Surgical and Mo face off this tournament? Yeah, absolutely there is. And great point here from Joe Hudson that this might be the best jawline matchup possible in Clash Royale. Powerful jaws for both these players. Chiseled. And good timing there from Sandbox, recognizing that that Mighty Miner would not get into Princess Tower range. And that's going to be very helpful for him to have that Mega Knight so low. This bomb tower is going to go down. Oh, no. Takes care of business. Wall breakers don't connect. Sandbox very much in the lead right now, but this is a lot of pressure coming the opposite direction. This bomb tower is really pulling a lot of extra weight in this matchup. Oh, does not kite the second one. Archers have to come out. And that wall breaker connecting is just insult to injury. The control here against all these different pieces is wild. And just, again, you have all these different pieces, right? You have the Mighty Miner for the Mega Knight. You have lots of different ways to control the Prince, the Inferno Dragon, and the Bandit, and only one spell to try to clear those ways. So as long as Sandbox is staggering, he can keep controlling. But really, the bomb tower is such a key factor in all of this. It's doing such a good job. You see it working here on the Miner, working on the pieces in the middle. Little pre-log there. It feels like Sandbox is teetering right on the edge for so much of this. Little pre-play on those goblins. Mighty Miner comes in, though. Archer's trying to work. Bandit, can it stop both? I don't know if it can. GG. Sandbox, game number 1. On to game number 2. No champion played by Sandbox in game 1. Makes some decision-making a bit more difficult. Mighty Miner out on Sandbox's side. Bale, no champion being played. Interesting choices here incoming on both sides. Sandbox's defense was choice. And Zappies cannot stun lock. Going to take 2 shots from that Hog Rider. And going queen here. So obviously we just saw the Mighty Miner. So out of Sandbox, so it couldn't be part of this hog deck. I'm surprised it's not a monk hog deck. And that ghost going to be a problem. A little late there with the guards. Snowball's going to do some retargeting here. That Hog's going to be a huge, huge problem. Wow. Fireball has to come out. Hog will still get more damage. Guards are going to go all over it. And this one, it's not over yet, folks. But it's about as close to over as it can be at this stage in the game. And with the Elixir advantage, not that much of one, just EQ cycle from Sandbox. Rather than just setting up. Maybe he just didn't like what he had cycle-wise. And we're seeing Flying Machine very late. A lot of that's been because of the pressure of Sandbox. Aggressive. He'll take no shots because of the Ice Spirit. And now Sandbox just gets ready to shut down on defense and cycle EQs. Earthquake is no longer a win condition, as the meme, the accurate meme, had called it for so long. The high cannon. That's a little concerning. Bale getting on. Pigs all over it. Royal Ghost in deep. Fireball trying to clear. And suddenly we have a game. But look at this. Giant Skeleton on tower on the right. Hog in on the left, and that's it. GG. GG. Well played. 2 towers down. Sandbox, the 2-0 sweep in our final set. Tribe Gaming remains undefeated. Team Queso eating a tough loss here despite the heavy lifting done by Surgical Goblin. Very, very tough loss to swallow here for Team Queso. Certainly not what they expected here. Wait a second, I keep on hitting the wrong button. Too many buttons, folks. Let's try to queue up and see if our scoreboard would come in quickly. But here we go. Here's the leaderboard. Let me go ahead and take us in there for it. Through 2 days, top of the table, both undefeated, Puigins and Tribe Gaming. The slight advantage on set differential, +3 for Puigins, puts them in first place for the moment. Middle of the table, with 1 win, 1 loss, SK CALALAS after taking the loss to Puigins earlier today, CHIVAS Esports, Strangers, and Team Queso. And down but not out yet in the elimination section, SK Gaming and Hype Boys. Top 6 will move on to our bracket phase. The bottom 2 will be eliminated if they don't get it together. So get it together, folks. Get it together and make sure you're there for all of it. And speaking of being there for all of it, hey, those of you who are watching today, thank you so much. I see that 98,864, which is super cool. So, no 99K today. You know what? I bet we'll make 99K tomorrow, and then over the course of this 10 days, 100K, and you'll be a part of it. I really appreciate all of that. If you're watching on Twitch, stick around as always. We're going to find someone cool to try to pass the hosting on to and keep the love going. So if you're on Twitch, don't go anywhere. I'll be with you in just a second to find someone else to continue this train running. If you're watching on YouTube, as always, thanks so much. If you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel, put on notifications, make sure you come back. And you make sure to come back tomorrow for day 3 of the Queso Cup Teams Edition. Monday, Tuesday, we're here with GKR, another great team competition with some of the same players you see here. And then I'm on doing Royale Masters on Wednesday. You can still play the qualifiers for that. More on those at esportsroyale.clashroyale.com. Link there in the chat on both Twitch and on YouTube. And then back next weekend for day 4, 5, 6, and 7 of this group stage for the Queso Cup Teams Edition. That's it, YouTube. It's been a blast with you guys. Twitch, hang out. If you're on YouTube and want to come and continue the fun, we're going to go find someone cool to host. It's twitch.tv/RichSlayton. You can come join there, and we'll throw on a big raid to somebody else. Otherwise, YouTube, mwah, you've been great. Thank you so much for hanging out. As always, be excellent to each other. Where is my sign-off page? Yeah, that's right. Be excellent to each other. Peace. All right, hold on, Twitch. We're going to go find someone cool to host. Give me a second. Letting the thanks for watching stream come up. And end that YouTube stream.